Lord, Corpse Fiend Sect, and Mu family are both important members of the Heaven Alliance. How can they kill each other? Wuxia was shocked and hurriedly said, Don't worry, Xianxia said. If I kill you and then refine you into corpse puppets, although your strength will drop, you already have an undying body. One side loses while the other side gains, and you'll become even more powerful. In this way, the overall strength of the Heaven Alliance has not changed. Mu Yu, Zhenjin. Suddenly, Mu Yurong shouted in fear. Poison, poison. This is poison. At some point, his body had already begun to turn green-black, and livor mortis had appeared on his skin. Could it be that the legends are true? Wuxia was shocked. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she couldn't help but retreat. Legend? What legend? Mu Yurong was so anxious that he turned around. Stop! Wuxia shouted and extended her palm to signal him to stop. She said in fear, The poison in your body is contagious. Don't come over. Mu Yurong was startled and immediately stopped. He anxiously said, Elder Tong, quickly tell us how to remove this poison. The dark green and livor mortis on his body increased, and hair was growing in some places. It was extremely terrifying. Mu Wenchong frowned and said, Isn't it just corpse poison? The poison of the corpse poison shouldn't be able to harm us. Black sand Xian feather. This corpse poison is refined from meteorite sand and mystic feathers, Yunxiao suddenly said. It's a poison. Black sand Xian feather? Mu Wenchong was stunned for a moment, his face full of doubt, obviously not understanding. However, Mu Yurong's expression changed drastically, and he turned ashen. Mu Jie sighed and said, Sai, you understand now. Mu Yurong almost cried as he muttered to himself, How is this possible? The 5 major poisons of extinction are only a legend. How can there really be a swan and I in this world? What? Great extermination of the 5 poisons. Mu Wenchong's face twitched violently, and he also revealed a look of horror and disbelief. Mu Jie sighed. Even a godly state expert would die if he were to be poisoned by this poison. It was said that the ancestors of Corpse Fiend Sect obtained this poison and refined it into the body of the divine fiend corpse puppet. No one had seen it for so many years, so it was unexpected that it was true. I didn't expect that Lord Jingqi had also mastered this poison. As a member of the MU family, it's not strange for you to know about this after hearing all kinds of rumors, Jingqi said. He pointed at Yunxiao and said, I'm quite surprised that you recognized it at first glance. Who are you, and how do you know him? I'm just a small fry, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. Would you let me go if I told you? Of course not, Jingqi said. Then why should I say it? Yunxiao asked. Jingqi frowned. What she said was true, but no one had ever talked back to him like this. So he didn't know how to answer her. If you answer, you can die happily. If you don't answer, you'll die in pain, Jiao Wu said coldly. What kind of stupid words are you saying? Yunxiao sneered. What kind of stupid words are you saying? If you want to die of happiness, I can just self-destruct my Dantian and take you to heaven with me. Is there a need to waste so much time? Jiao Wu was startled. He quickly retreated and hid behind Jingqi. Yunxiao's words reminded Mu Yurong of something. His eyes darkened and shone with determination. I'm going to die anyway, so I'll fight you to the death. Mu Yurong was determined and immediately triggered the qi in his Dantian. It surged wildly in his body and formed a yuan qi vortex around him. It was extremely violent. Moreover, the poison of the black sand Xian feather had also circulated throughout his body along with the qi in his Dantian and began to spread out. There were green spots in the vortex. If it exploded, everyone present would be poisoned. Mu Jie was also shocked and said, Yurong, you can't do that. You have the poisonous miasma in your body? It doesn't matter, Yunxiao said. The corpse poison in his body has been passed on many times, and its power has been greatly reduced. If this poison was initially on the corpse puppet, then Jingqi was a secondary poison, far from the power of the true black sand mystic feather. This is the 3rd time it happened to Mu Yurong. It can't hurt you or me at all. I'm relieved then. Mu Jie heaved a sigh of relief. Yunxiao's heart sank. Aren't the people of the Mu family too cold? He only cared about his own life and death, not considering the feelings of others. However, not only Mu Jie, Mu Yitong, and the others also had the same appearance. Jing Qi looked at Yunxiao, as if he had caught his attention. You seem to have some understanding of the black sand Xian feather. Hee, Yunxiao said coldly. The two words hee are so hurtful, Jing Qi said. I can only say that you're too full of yourself for hurting people, Yunxiao said. Jing Qi raised his hand and pointed at Yunxiao. Naturally, Yunxiao was not afraid. He looked back at him with the same cold and unyielding gaze. Mu Yurong angrily said, Damn it! How dare you ignore me? Jing Qi, come to hell with me. He appeared in front of Jing Qi in a flash and opened his dantian. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Jing Qi's hand suddenly turned, and his two fingers formed a seal. A circle of white light spread out from his palm and was printed on Mu Yurong's dantian. The violent aura was suddenly suppressed. What? Haha, you want to force me to self-destruct? Don't you know that this is only a road to death? The power of the explosion will be multiplied. Mu Yurong laughed wildly after the initial shock. You're very noisy, Jing Qi said. His fingers were constantly changing incantation seals, and he struck out 3 in total. Mu Yurong suddenly felt that something was wrong and cried out, Not good! The white livor mortis on his body continued to expand, and soon it occupied more than half of his body. My body, 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 my body. He found that his body had become extremely stiff and hard to control. Not only that, but the original power in his body, which should have been more violent under the suppression of Jing Qi, had also become weaker. What's going on? Xinjin? He said with difficulty, only to find that he could not even speak. Zombified, Yunxiao cried out in surprise. Zombified, Jing Qi's face flickered. He turned his eyes to Yunxiao and suddenly, he appeared in front of him in a flash and thrust his palm at him. Yunxiao had been on guard for a long time. His arm flickered with a golden light as he grabbed at the air. A ball of black light wrapped around his hand, which turned into a fist wind and punched out. He was confident that the second wave of the black sand Xian feathers couldn't hurt his imperishable golden body at all, not to mention that he had the protection of the devil essence, which was difficult to hurt by any attribute. Bang! The two of them exchanged palm strikes in the air, just like the scene of Mu Yurong before. Li Yunxiao, Mu Jie cried out in surprise. Why didn't he dodge when he knew how powerful his opponent was? A circle of black and white light appeared between the two's fists and palms. They eroded each other and were actually evenly matched. What? Jing Qi's expression changed drastically. For the first time, he was shocked. In the past, his black sand Xian feather had been invincible, and there was no material attribute that could resist it. What is this? He stared at the demonic qi and shouted. I'm not obliged to teach you general knowledge, Yunxiao said with a sneer. I'll withdraw. He shouted loudly, and the power of his fist suddenly increased, forcing Jing Qi back. Everyone was shocked and widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't believe that he could force Jing Qi to retreat. Even the people of the Mu family didn't believe it. I'm very busy, Yunxiao said. I don't have time to stay for tea. We'll meet again if fate allows it. His body immediately turned into lightning and wanted to escape. Young Master Yun, bring us along, Mu Jie shouted. I'll send you to the deep abyssal water track. Otherwise, you won't be able to find the location. Bye. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, I'll be possessed if I believe you again. With a flash of lightning, he had just traveled 100 meters when darkness descended. The huge sea beast slammed down with its palm again. This time it was half an acre in size, suppressing the space and trapping the lightning inside. Yunxiao felt the sky pressing down on him, and everything was dark. The sea beast had a disgusting appearance and a hunched back. However, its head reached the clouds and was unusually huge. Its green eyes were ashen. It had obviously died long ago and was only a corpse puppet now. The palm seemed to contain an extremely strong power of space, and Yunxiao's indestructible golden body felt like it was being torn apart. "Rise!" He gave a loud shout, and a ball of divine fire flew around him, evaporating the sea water in an instant. Great pinwheel! The divine fire and the astral wind suddenly gathered together, turning into a boundless pillar of fire that shot up into the sky. Yunxiao's idea was simple. Since the sea beast was also a corpse, it would naturally be restrained by the divine flame. Boom! The sea beast's palm struck the pillar of fire, and as expected, the flame spread along its arm and burned its entire body in an instant. However, the power of space under the palm wind was also extremely strong. It completely suppressed the pillar of fire and collapsed it into the sea. Boom! The pillar of fire collapsed, and the palm pressed down on Yunxiao. Voila! The surface of the sea split open, creating huge waves that rolled and slapped on the sea beast corpse puppet. However, it could not extinguish the fire on his body. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked through the layers of waves. They saw a faint golden light appearing on the water's surface under the giant palm. What? Can't he be killed by this palm? Everyone from Corpse Fiend sect was shocked. Jingqi didn't look good either. He stared at them coldly. At this moment, Mu Yurong had long lost control of his body. In his panic and despair, he gradually became sluggish and his entire body gradually turned into a zombie. So ugly! Yunxiao's voice came from under the palm. The surface of the sea trembled violently, and countless waves swirled. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he suddenly resisted the suppression of the palm. Balls of golden light flickered around its body, constantly flowing into the barrier formed by its 6 arms, blocking the palm of the sea beast corpse puppet. Whoosh! The sea beast corpse puppet was hit by a huge force, and its body couldn't help but tremble a few times. It stepped on the sea water and created huge waves. How is this possible? Is he a physical body sage? It's actually able to resist the sea devil monkey's corpse. All kinds of exclamations and exclamations rang out. The 4 people of the Mu family were all frightened. After pushing the sea devil monkey away with all his might, Yunxiao slowly straightened his 6 arms and performed incantation gestures. A huge black shadow appeared behind him, towering into the clouds. The giant true devil slowly opened its eyes, and a ring of pitch-black stars appeared around its body. Terrifying power poured out from within, and a weapon could be faintly seen floating up and down. The giant true devil raised its hand and grabbed at the black ring of stars. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his eyes suddenly burst with light. The elemental energy in his body was being drawn away by the giant spirit at an unimaginable speed. He was almost out of control. "Fuck you, what's going on?" He was shocked. If he continued to smoke like this, he would become a dried man in a few blinks of the eye. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. A golden light flickered from his chest, and a vast and mighty force surged out. The illusory light of the chains of law was pulled, and he felt as if his ribs were being pulled out one by one from his chest. It was extremely painful, and bean-sized beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. Everyone looked at the golden light on his chest accompanied by a vast and mighty force. They thought it was some big move and were all extremely vigilant. The sea devil monkey corpse puppet raised both its hands after it had steadied itself. It clapped its palms together and formed a natural array that spread out in the sky. The entire ocean became strange, as if there was a song that could stir one's soul. Not good. This is Ingluo. Mu Jie's face paled instantly. The sea devil monkeys, innate abijna, the movement of the sea. This monkey is already a corpse puppet. How can it perform a pre-birth divine skill? Mu Yitong was also aghast. Mu Jie's eyes glowed with a dim light as she said in fear, "A divine skill? It really is the omnidirectional divine skill." Jingqi also looked serious and surprised. He said, "Although the corpse puppet has retained most of its power from before, it doesn't remember any martial arts skills from its life, and there's only a very small chance of triggering them. The sea devil monkeys must have been enraged, triggering the divine skill music of the sea. The entire violent sea began to calm down, and cheerful music began to play. It was as if countless elves were dancing on the surface of the sea. It was a peaceful scene. However, everyone knew that a storm was coming. What kind of storm would come after this peaceful illusion? Everyone's eyes were wide open in anticipation, and they appeared very excited. Jingqi and the Mu brothers were also sweating, but their feelings were completely different. For the Mu brothers, although Yunxiao was not going the same way as them, they would not have a good fate if they were killed by the sea devil monkeys. The sea devil monkeys' palms were filled with countless musical notes, and the spiritual qi within a radius of several miles was instantly sucked dry. The light on his palm grew brighter and brighter, shining on the waves of the sea. Roar! When its strength reached its peak, the sea devil monkey let out a loud roar, setting off boundless waves. Everyone was forced to retreat. His dead gray eyes seemed to flash with a bright light. The seal of the two palms suddenly slammed down. Suddenly, the sea and the sky trembled, and a boundless power surged out, shaking people's hearts. At this moment, Yunxiao was trembling all over. Everyone thought that he was trembling under the pressure of the divine power. With such a powerful momentum, once the divine power fell, he would be crushed into pieces in an instant. On the other hand, Jingqi's face was filled with wild joy. This sea devil monkey had activated the supernatural power in its body. If he went back and refined it again, its power would probably be raised to another level. You want to take the opportunity to come out of my body? Lord Pu. You don't have the strength to break the seal, Yunxiao said, trembling. If I'm killed, you'll lose this passage forever. And in this world, other than me, no one else knows where you're trapped. Do you want to sleep forever? Only after he sent his thoughts did the power that was causing trouble calm down. If he allowed the extraction to continue, his blood essence would probably be drained dry, and he would become a dried corpse. Yunxiao's trembling stopped immediately after the extraction force disappeared. The demonic qi on the true devil giant spirit's body churned, and its face kept changing. At times, it was the face of an emperor, and at other times, it was the face of an ordinary person. However, its face was cold and expressionless. Then he reached into the ring of stars and slowly pulled out a sword. The shape of the sword was unstable, as if it could not be condensed. The giant true devil transformed into an ordinary face and raised its left hand to form an incantation gesture. A circle of golden light flashed on its fingertips. The giant sword was immediately stabilized and slowly lifted up. There were 12 fortune wheels on it, and they were spinning rapidly, making a chi-chi sound that sounded like thousands of birds chirping. In the distance, Jingqi's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and his heart trembled. An indescribable feeling spread through his whole body. The strange long sword gave him a strange feeling, and he was in a trance for some reason. What's going on? He was greatly alarmed. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to be so indecisive. The giant true devil raised its sword and slashed down, shouting, "The amok wheel!" Boom! The space trembled imperceptibly. The sea devil monkey's movement of the sea seemed to have frozen. The vast power seemed to have been stopped and could not fall. Boom, boom, boom! The sword power shot out, and the huge fortune wheels turned into light and shadow. The entire sky and sea were instantly cut in half, and the music of the sea was also shattered. The giant monkey stood there in a daze as it was cut in half by the sword force. Voila! There was a huge sword mark in the air that ran for thousands of miles, splitting the sea and the sky in half. It was like two seas facing each other. The sword mark was pitch black like a crack in space. It remained there for a long time. The sea water roared at the edge of the sword mark, and the flow of the entire sea was completely reversed. A large number of corpse fiend sex powerhouses were also annihilated by this sword. They did not even understand what was going on in their minds before they directly died. Silence. A strange silence. Apart from the roaring of the waves, it was like a ghost's domain. Hundreds of figures stood in the air, but they made no sound. Voila! The two halves of the sea devil monkey fell to the side, splashing the water. The giant turtle that was carrying the island suddenly quivered. Many buildings in the unmoving forest collapsed, and the barriers were destroyed. Soon after, the turtle corpse began to sink slowly toward the bottom of the sea. That sword had only slashed past the side of the immovable forest and had not really struck it, but it had already caused such an effect. If he directly struck the Tao Wu Jingqi's face turned extremely pale. He didn't dare to imagine it. The sword that shouldn't have existed in the world just now had the power to cut the motionless forest into pieces. A shadow flickered behind him, and a jade coffin appeared beside him. It was exuding a jade green and white aura. The MU family members also came back to their senses and were shocked wave after wave. They looked at Xianxia again in horror, and then their eyes fell on the jade coffin. Divine Fiend Corpse Qi. Jing Qi's face was unusually serious as he stared at Xianxia, as if he were facing a great enemy. Light formations kept flashing and disappearing on the coffin. The true devil giant spirit turned into motes of devil essence and dissipated into the sea after one move. Xianxia's face was as pale as paper, and he stood on the sea, his body flickering with a golden light. He had used all his strength to make the strike just now. If it were not for Pu's help, it would have been impossible for him to condense the true form of the Dharma treasure. At this moment, the aftereffects were also very serious. He was completely out of strength. There was a faint breath in his dantian, and the imperishable golden body returned to its normal skin color after a few days. The clothes of the MU family members were already soaked with sweat. They looked at the jade coffin in horror. The dried corpse of the fiend god was very famous among the hidden families. On second thought, they turned to look at Xianxia again and muttered in their hearts. No matter how powerful Ganqi was, he couldn't have blocked that sword, right? The power of that sword had been deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, even to the bone marrow, and could not be wiped away. For the people of Corpse Fiend sect, it was even more of a nightmarish existence. Many of their companions were completely annihilated before they could even react. Even now, they didn't know how many people had died. It's not my business. Xianxia took a deep breath and said helplessly, "It was the sea monkey who attacked me first. Everyone saw it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He turned around and started to walk on the sea. Without looking back, he walked 1,000 feet with each step. Jing Qi's face was pale, and his eyes were full of struggle. Just like the MU clan, even the fiendish god corpse puppet couldn't withstand that earth-shattering sword strike. But Xianxia's power had been depleted to the lowest point, and many powerhouses had sensed it. Jing Qi was struggling to decide whether to stop her or not. If he was allowed to leave, this person would be a big problem sooner or later. However, if he were to make a move to intercept it, he would probably end up like the sea devil monkey if he could make another strike with the sword momentum he had just displayed. Ta! Xianxia stopped and stepped on the surface of the sea, creating a circle of waves. "What, you don't like it?" He turned around and snorted. As soon as Jing Qi caught up with him, he immediately stopped and became alert. The jade coffin was on his back, which was out of proportion to his body. "Humph. You want to leave after killing my sea devil monkey? Then what do you want?" Jing Qi stared into his eyes, his heart sinking. Through Xianxia's eyes, he saw nothing but an ancient well without any emotional fluctuations. It proved that Xianxia had no fear in his heart, which was a sign of extreme self-confidence. He did not know where Xianxia's confidence came from. However, it was certain that the other party was not afraid of another battle. "You should at least leave your name." The faces of the Corpse Fiend sect and Mu family all changed slightly, revealing a look of disappointment. It was obvious that Jing Qi had given in. This battle was probably not going to happen. Mu Jie and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They constantly exchanged looks with each other, trying to think of a way to escape. "My name is Li Yunxiao," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm Li Yunxiao." Li Yunxiao. Jing Qi mumbled to himself a few times and said, "I'll remember this name, you can go." He was also decisive. After making his decision, he turned and walked away, no longer paying attention to Yunxiao. Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he was not afraid of another battle, Jing Qi was a divine transcendence expert, and with the addition of a divine fiend corpse puppet with unknown strength, as well as many experts of the Corpse Fiend sect and countless zombies, It was bound to be an extremely fierce battle, and the outcome was unpredictable. The other party was most likely afraid of his sword, so he was wary. If he knew that it was impossible to slash out that kind of sword again, he would probably attack without a second word. Jingqi? Yunxiao did not dare to stay any longer. I'll also remember the name Jingqi. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the sea in a flash. The moment Yunxiao turned into a thunderbolt, the 4 men of the Mu family attacked at the same time, turning into a huge beam of light and fleeing in the direction Yunxiao had left. You guys want to leave too? Die! Jingqi's eyes turned cold, and he caught up with her in a flash. The experts of Corpse Fiend sect also came back to their senses, and with cold and angry expressions, they rushed over. All his hatred and anger erupted at this moment, and he planned to vent his anger on these 4 people. Even Mu Yurong, who was charging with a group of Corpse Fiend sect disciples, had completely lost consciousness. The Mu clan members were already prepared, and they all attacked instantly. Mu Jie's body continued to disintegrate, and a puppet that was 8 feet tall appeared. It held a sword and stood in the sky to block the pursuers. After the death of Mu Yitong's mountain-splitting heavenly soldier, 2 short puppets also flew out, each holding a copper hammer and standing on the left and right. Mu Wenchang waved his hand, and a net of swords and sabers appeared. They densely covered the sky and turned into an array of swords and sabers. Mu Yijuan even threw out a field of golden light spots, and hundreds of puppets appeared and arranged themselves in a formation. The 4 of them knew that this was a moment of life and death, so they used all the means they had in their lives. After casting a few incantation seals to have a large number of puppets charge forward, he transformed into a stream of light and fled with all his might. Damn it! Jingqi was immediately surrounded by the magic bean soldier's puppets. With a cold expression, he punched with his left fist and his right palm, smashing a piece with each move. The rest of the Corpse Fiend sect members quickly rushed over, forming a one-sided situation and completely crushing the puppet sect. However, it also delayed the time, allowing the 4 people of the Mu clan to escape from their sight. Jingqi flew into a rage. His figure flickered and he sped across the sea, chasing after her alone. The people of Corpse Fiend sect looked at each other and didn't know what to do. If they were chasing, they would have already disappeared. The sea was so vast that it was impossible for them to catch up with them with their strength. At this moment, the immovable forest had also sunk to the bottom of the sea, and a large number of body parts and dismembered limbs were floating on the surface of the sea. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 halves of the sea devil monkey's body, which were bobbing up and down on the surface of the sea. What left the Corpse Fiend sect people with lingering fear was that the crack that the sword had created was still on the surface of the sea, not reducing in the slightest. This battle caused a shadow to appear in the heart of the Corpse Fiend sect disciple who had always been proud. Cracks began to appear in his heart, which had been full of confidence in dominating the continent. They hadn't even set foot on the heavenly martial continent yet, but an unknown kid had turned the world upside down. Gulp! A Corpse Fiend sect elder swallowed his saliva and said, "Clean up and bring back all the corpses. The sea devil monkeys can still be pieced together, but their power won't be as great as before." Long Yuanwu and the other 2 felt their blood run cold. Looking at the 2 halves of the monkey's corpse and the corpses floating everywhere, they thought that it was no wonder the Corpse Fiend sect was so powerful. An ancient martial art practitioner could be completely utilized even after he died, which was equivalent to him not dying. This sect's combat power had only increased without decreasing. My lords, the gluttonous snake is gone. Why don't we stay in the unmoving forest for now? The elder came over and looked at Long Yuanwu and the other 2. The 3 of them felt their hair stand on end, feeling that the Corpse Fiend sect was too terrifying. They hurriedly said, "The 3 of us still have important matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you for the time being. We'll meet again after we've settled our matters." "What? You're leaving?" The elder's face darkened and he said coldly, "Are the 3 of you looking down on my Corpse Fiend sect? You won't even give me a cup of tea." The 3 of them were given a fright, and they immediately felt several powerful auras pressing down on them. Many unfriendly gazes were directed at them. Corpse fiend sex disaster this time could be said to be completely caused by these three people. Although everyone was extremely unhappy in their hearts, they still treated each other amicably for the sake of face. Now that they saw that they were about to fall out, they immediately burned with anger and all gathered around. Long Yuanwu's cheeks were covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "What are you saying? Elder, you've misunderstood us. If that's the case, then the three of us will stay here for the time being. We'll have to trouble you." The elder snorted coldly, and his face looked better. "I won't disturb you. We're all members of the Heaven Alliance. It's our duty to help each other." The three's faces were uglier than bitter gourds. They knew that it would be difficult to get off after getting on the pirate ship. After Xianxia left, he turned into a stream of light and headed toward the deep water path. After flying for an hour, he felt that his essence force was completely exhausted. Only then did he let Su Lianyi out and let out the 9th grade warship to cross the sea. The journey was calm and peaceful. After a few days, they finally arrived at the deep and quiet water path. Xianxia took out the Heartless Bell. He had been studying it with Yuan Gaohan all the way, and he had almost figured it out. The interior of the bell was engraved with powerful space array patterns. The patterns were ancient and unrecognizable. Even the two of them had to go through a lot of trouble to recognize a little of it. It was clear that this bell was old and had an extraordinary origin. Not only that, it also stored more than 100 permanent spatial coordinates, many of which did not exist in the world. After careful consideration, they chose 6 of the most likely coordinates. Many of the coordinates of this bell don't exist at all. Those spaces should have been annihilated in the heavenly martial realm long ago, just like the little icy sky in the extreme north. This bell is too ancient. I wonder if the teleportation will fail. Yuan Gaohan revealed a worried expression. The deep water trail is the land of exile for the Heartless sect, Xianxia said. It's most likely still useful. I'm afraid that we'll be teleported to the void that has already disappeared. Fortunately, Noah's ship is in our hands, so we'll probably be able to come back even if we go through a lot of trouble. The two of them discussed for a while, formulated several plans, and began to implement them. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He looked into the distance and chuckled. There's no need to blindly feel the stones to cross the river. In the distance, a ray of light was flying on the surface of the sea. It rose and fell unsteadily, and would even fall into the sea from time to time. Mu Jie! Yuan Gaohan also saw it and exclaimed. It was Mu Jie who was running over from the distance. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and she looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. Young Master Yun, save me. When Mu Jie saw the 9th grade battleship, she also saw the people on the ship and shouted in joy. Without waiting for Yunxiao's reply, he took his last breath and soared into the sky. Then, he landed on the warship and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Yunxiao looked in the direction in front of him, and found no one but Mu Jie in his divine sense. Where are the other elders? Mu Jie's body was drenched in water, and her face was pale. She panted. When Chong is most likely dead. Oh? Has Elder Mu Wenchong died? I wanted to return this black saber to him, Yunxiao sighed. But in the blink of an eye, things have changed. I can only keep it for my own use. A black light flashed in his hand, and the huge black moon saber disappeared in a flash. Mu Yu, Zhenjin. Let me guess, Yuan Gaohan said with a smile. It must be Jing Qi who's chasing you and the other 3. Mu Wenchong stepped forward and fought to the death to buy you time to escape. In order to increase your chances of survival, you split up and fled in 3 directions. Am I right? Mu Jie rested for a while before she nodded. That's right. Wenchong was too slow and was caught by Jing Qi. He was also poisoned by the other party's 5 major poisons of extinction and is already dead. There was still a lingering fear in his eyes as he said, Jing Qi's strength is too terrifying. Yunxiao thought to himself. Although the people of the Mu family are a little cold in nature and indifferent to others, they are extremely efficient. If not for this, if it were some wishy-washy people, none of them would have been able to escape. There's no need to be afraid, my lord. Yuan Gaohan smiled and said, since you're on our ship, we won't just stand by and watch. Jing Qi's strength is terrifying, but there's an even more terrifying one here. Mu Jie could not help but tremble as she looked at Yun Xiao in horror. Thinking of that earth-shaking sword, he would probably never forget it in his life. Not long ago, they had fought with this person and had even gathered for other people to besiege them. If the other party had not been in a hurry to save them, the 5 of them would have long been buried at the bottom of the sea. I've offended you before. I hope young Master Yun doesn't take it to heart. Do you want us to waste our time in the Black Tortoise Star Palace in the Dual World Mountain? Mu Jie immediately apologized sincerely and began to talk about how they had worked together to fight against the enemy in the past. Yun Xiao was speechless for a while, but he waved his hand and interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. I understand what Sir Mu Yu is saying. We've been through life and death together, and our friendship runs deep. Don't worry, once you board this ship, I'll definitely ensure your safety. However, if Darren still has other thoughts in the future, this young master's sword will not spare anyone. No, it definitely won't. Mu Jie hurriedly promised. She finally heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself that she had finally managed to keep her life. With his protection, she wouldn't be afraid even if Jing Qi caught up to her. That's good, Yun Xiao said. I just happen to have something to trouble you with, sir. It's about the deep waters, right? Mu Jie asked. Don't worry, as long as I have the merciless bell, I'll take care of this. The deep water trail is one of them, Yun Xiao said. There's one more thing I want to ask you, my lord. What kind of organization is the Heaven Alliance? How do you know about the Heaven Alliance? Mu Jie shuddered and exclaimed. But on second thought, he had mentioned it before, so Yun Xiao must have heard a lot of rumors. It would be strange if he did not know. He sighed faintly and said, Sigh, since young Master Yun asked, I'll tell you everything I know. The Heaven Alliance was actually an alliance formed by some reclusive aristocratic families. Their purpose was to dominate the continent and occupy all kinds of spiritual mountains, great rivers, and resources. In recent years, the resources in the ocean have been severely depleted, and many hidden sects have long been ready to make a move. What a joke! Yuan Gaohan angrily replied. The resources of the 4 seas were endless, so how could they be exhausted? Just the vicinity of this sea region alone was comparable to the mansions of some powerful sections. In my opinion, it's more likely that you're ambitious and want to dominate the continent. Mu Jie's face turned red. I don't know the details. It's probably this organization. What are the members of the Heaven Alliance? Asked Yuan Gaohan. Your Mu clan is also one of them, right? How does your Mu clan compare to Corpse Fiend sect? Mu Jie said, the Heaven Alliance has a total of 17 sects in an alliance. My Mu family, Corpse Fiend sect, Heartless sect, Phaseless sect, and GUI family are all part of it. As for comparing strength, although Corpse Fiend sect is strong, how can it be compared to my Mu family? Yun Xiao knew that they were arrogant, but he did not bother to make fun of them. In his opinion, the Mu family was probably similar to the Corpse Fiend sect. Otherwise, Jing Qi wouldn't have dared to kill a few people without restraint if the gap between them was too big. How's the strength of the other 12 families? Yuan Gaohan asked with a solemn expression. Who is the leader of the Heaven Alliance? Mu Jie frowned and said, their strength varies, but they're all pretty good. The 3 sects like the Heartless sect were considered the weakest. As for the leader of the Sky Alliance, I don't know who he is. What do you mean you don't know who it is? Yun Xiao asked curiously. Is it not someone from your 17 sects? I don't know. Mu Jie shook her head. We only know that he's called a heavenly being. A heavenly being? What a big tone. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuan Gaohan laughed and scolded. Since the 13 sects are willing to respect him, he must be an extremely powerful expert. Mu Jie's expression changed slightly, and she said coldly, Are you saying that a stranger you don't know is the leader of your 13 hidden sects? Yun Xiao asked suspiciously. I don't know him, but that doesn't mean the others don't know him. At the very least, the Patriarch or Jing Qi would know him. Since you've established the Heaven Alliance, when do you plan to dominate the continent? Yuan Gaohan asked. How can I know such a secret? Wuxia asked. However, the first and greatest obstacle is not to dominate the continent, but to resist foreign aggression. We must first pacify the internal forces. Opposing forces? Is it the natural moat ocean? Yuan Gaohan asked. No, Wuxia replied. In order to stop us, the opposition formed an organization called the Earth Alliance. Their leader calls himself Earth. Yunxiao and Yuan Gaohan exchanged a look. They both found it fun, but also felt that the situation was serious. Then who is the so-called Earthman? Yunxiao asked. Is he also a stranger I don't know? Wuxia's eyes revealed a look of contemplation as she said, We don't have any concrete evidence to prove the identity of an Earth user, but we're guessing that it's most likely Ao Chongkong. What? Yunxiao and the others were all taken aback, their faces filled with shock. Ao Chongkong's reputation was simply too great. This was a name that could shock the entire era. I understand, Yunxiao said. The Ao family, where Ao Chongkong is from, is also a member of the Earth Alliance. So, you speculate that the only person who can lead the Earth Alliance and convince everyone is the tyrant martial sovereign, Ao Chongkong. That's right, Wuxia said. I can't think of a second person other than Ao Chongkong. What's the attitude of the natural mode ocean? Asked Yuan Gaohan. Wuxia said, The natural mode ocean doesn't have any attitude, and they're just letting us do whatever we want. This has always been their attitude. Otherwise, if they did, the Tiandi League would not be in a stalemate. One of them would have to fall apart. That's right. No attitude is still attitude. The natural mode ocean is the true hidden sect. Yuan Gaohan praised. I didn't expect that the overseas sects, which have always been peaceful, are hiding so many bloody storms. Yunxiao said. What dog shit seclusion? It's all bullshit. Wuxia's face was ashen, but she didn't dare to say anything. She only snorted heavily. Tsk. Tisk. Yunxiao snorted. Why? Where there are people, there will be martial arts. Who in this world can truly be detached from the world? Humph. Do you think everyone in the world is like you? Wuxia could not help but mock back. I'm not interested in your Tiandi League at all, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm not interested in dominating the world. He hoped that the two of them would quickly turn the world upside down and fight to the death so that they wouldn't be an eyesore. For now, send us to the deep waters. Dang! The heartless bell was thrown by Yunxiao to Wuxia's side and made a loud noise, which startled him and made his ears bleed. You coward! Wuxia was furious, but she did not dare to resist. Her eyes were filled with anger. Yunxiao, why are you so insensible? Yuan Gaohan asked. How can you treat him like this? What if he uses some cheap trick to teleport you and me into the endless void? I'll see how you cry then. Brother Gaohan has really reminded me. It seems that I have to take Brother Muyu with me, Yunxiao said, patting his head. That way, if there is any danger, there will be one more person to bear it. Wuxia's expression changed drastically, revealing a trace of fear. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks. What are you afraid of then? Yunxiao laughed. What are you afraid of? The extreme north's little frozen sky in the deep and serene water path is extremely dangerous. It said that there's only a slim chance of survival. I don't want to take the risk for no reason, Wuxia said anxiously. Yunxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, How is it without reason? The friendship between you and I goes back a long time. Do you have the heart to see me take the risk alone? Wuxia looked at their grinning expressions and knew that she couldn't escape. Her face, which had finally regained some color, turned pale again. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. Do you think I'm stupid enough to throw my life away for a mere material? Take a good rest and recover your elemental energy. Make your preparations. Wuxia did not have any injuries on her body. She was only exhausted from trying her best to escape. After absorbing enough primordial stones, she had recovered to her full state. On the second day, a crisp bell sound reverberated over the sea and sky. As the bell rang, circles of waves appeared in the sky. The sea responded accordingly, and all kinds of strange patterns appeared on the water. Clang! Clang! The body of the bell rippled, and the sound waves disappeared. The ninth-grade warship quickly disappeared, leaving only circles of patterns that spread out in the sky. In a dark river, the water was a light yellow color. The water flowed continuously, as if it was flowing through time. Dang! Suddenly, a bell rang, and circles of ripples spread in the air above the river. Voila! Then, a magnificent battleship broke through the air and smashed into the water, causing endless waves. The warship landed on the river and went downstream. Su Lianyi's expression suddenly changed as she cried out in shock. Not good! The warship is out of control. What's going on, my lord? Xianxia looked at Wuxia and asked, What's going on? Wuxia's face was grave as she snorted with a livid face. I've never been here before, how would I know? Yes, Xianxia nodded and said, The water here seems a little strange. He grabbed in the air, and with a huala sound, a pillar of water rose from below. It condensed into a ball and landed on his palm. He began to observe it carefully. This is a tunnel between two spaces. Isn't it normal for the water to be strange? It would be abnormal if it wasn't strange. Wuxia coldly snorted. Xianxia fell into deep thought. An idea came to him. He remembered the jade tablet at the bottom of the river at the back cliff of the Mei family, which wrote Winding River Leading to Hidden Depths, which seemed very similar to this place. The winding river connects to the abyss. The deep water path is filled with mist. Is that also a place where space borders on each other? And the Mei family's appraisal ability might come from another space. What are you talking about? Yuan Gaohan frowned. Xianxia threw the ball of water back into the river and said, It's nothing. I just recalled some things. Other than the fact that this place is out of control, there doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Are all the exiled disciples of the Heartless sect really dead? Yuan Gaohan said, This waterway isn't deep. I've been using my divine sense to check along the way. There's no skeleton or any other remains. Wuxia was startled and looked at Yuan Gaohan in shock. She snorted in disbelief. This water has the power to isolate divine sense. Although it can't completely block it, it can eliminate most of it. Even I don't dare to say that I can see the entire river. You're talking too much. Chen Yuyu couldn't help but curse. You're so annoying. If your Mu family can't do it, then no one else can. Your Mu family is the most awesome, and the most invincible, alright? He's really an idiot. You coward. Wuxia was furious. When had he ever been humiliated like this before? He charged forward in anger. Suddenly, an invisible force bound him, and his body froze for a moment. Just as Chen Yuyu was preparing to fight, his expression also changed slightly. He felt that it was difficult for him to use his elemental energy. Xianxia looked at the two and said, The warship can't even control itself. Stop messing around. The power suppression here is very strong. Only then did Wuxia stop snorting, her face still filled with anger. Look at this suppressing force, Xianxia said. Even if someone from the Heartless sect is teleported here, they must have been washed away by the current. It's very difficult to resist. Even if there are, the bones must be at the end of the water flow. The few of them stood on the warship and looked on quietly. Although the river was dark, it was very wide. Even if a grade 9 warship was to flow through it, it would not have any obstacles. They didn't know how long they had been following the river, but it seemed like there was no end to it. Everyone started to get impatient. They couldn't just keep floating like this forever, could they? Several hours later, Yuan Gaohan suddenly stopped and shouted, Be careful! There's a situation! His expression turned serious as he said, There are skeletons appearing near this river. Other than human bones, there are also beast bones, all of which were once very powerful. Wuxia was slightly startled, revealing a suspicious look, and looked at Yuan Gaohan a few more times. There's something strange about this water, Xianxia said. It must be a powerful existence for it to be able to survive until now without rotting. But how did they die? The few of them began to be on guard, staring outside the warship, not daring to be distracted. Yuan Gaohan also directly grabbed at the water, and with a loud crash, a corpse directly flew up and fell on the warship. Mu Jie's heart trembled as he looked at Yuan Gaohan in disbelief. Only now did he believe that the other party could indeed reach the bottom of the river. The corpse belonged to a sea beast. It had a tail and its body was covered in scales without any damage. Its body swelled up after being soaked in the river for a long time. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the corpse and said, "Strange, there's no injury on his body, and his body is very swollen, but his skin is thick. Where the scales couldn't cover, there were cracks on his skin, spreading out like a net. It was a hair-raising sight." "Brother Gaohan," Yunxiao said, "can you tell how this sea beast died?" Yuan Gaohan looked at it for a while before saying what he was thinking. It must have been drained of all the water, and its entire body was chapped. It was only after it died and fell into the water that it swelled to such a state. Drain all the water? There's water vapor all around. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Su Lianyi was shocked and fear flashed in her eyes. Yun Xiao stared at the corpse for a long time before he said, "There's a way to do it. Could it be that there's something like that here?" Yuan Gaohan's body suddenly trembled, and he raised his head and said, "You mean the ancient astral wind?" Back when they were in the outer space, the barrier that sealed Dijun was protected by the immortal astral wind. The astral wind turned into a crocodile. "Yes," Yun Xiao said. "To be able to drain the water in such a humid place, the immemorial astral wind was the most likely. If it really is this thing, then it's a great fortune." As soon as he finished speaking, the warship suddenly trembled violently and began to sway left and right. The defensive barrier was in a daze and constantly distorted. The ship's body seemed to be lifted up by a force and directly left the river surface, starting to flip. Yuan Gaohan looked at the violent wind outside the battleship's barrier in surprise and said, "Could it really be the power of the astral winds that circulated from the ancient times?" "It's probably true," Yun Xiao said. "Be careful, everyone." He took out the heavenly hammer and smashed it down. Boom! A bolt of lightning transformed into a dragon and shot out, directly blasting into the squall. The lightning dragon's body was instantly twisted by the wind and was crushed into pieces with a PA sound. Countless green lights scattered in the wind until they disappeared. The astral wind seemed to have a spirit. It was enraged by the power of this attack and let out a low roar. Then, the wind power condensed into half a giant spirit's body. It raised its hands and clenched them into fists, then smashed down. Bang! The barrier of the battleship was instantly shattered, and the entire hull began to collapse. A large number of components burst out and were torn into pieces by the astral winds. Everyone jumped up, the light of Emperor Qi flowing on their bodies to resist the attack of the astral wind. Boom! Countless astral winds turned into sharp blades and slashed into the Grade 9 warship. All of its main components were completely destroyed, and the huge warship fell into the river and was washed away by the water. The giant spirit's dark eyes began to turn to look at Yun Xiao and the others. Elemental transformation? Yuan Gaohan was shocked. "This thing can't be a true spirit, right?" "Even if it's a true spirit," Yun Xiao said, "I'll have to give it a try." A ball of wind and fire appeared beside him and turned into the black crocodile. He said, "I found a great tonic for you. Quickly go and swallow it. After eating this giant spirit, you should have the strength of a true spirit, right?" As soon as the crocodile saw the giant spirit, it immediately retracted the power of wind and fire all over its body. It was as if it had been stimulated, and all the particles in its body were highly tense. It stared vigilantly, and its 4 feet slowly retreated. It actually felt timid. Roar! When the giant spirit saw the crocodile, its dark and empty eyes narrowed. It roared excitedly and pounced on it. The crocodile shrieked and ran back. "Yun Xiao, he." Yuan Gaohan wiped his sweat and said, "They're both astral wind manifestation. Your crocodile has even fused with a 10th tier divine fire and has the body of a blackie. Why is the difference so great? This beast only knows how to sleep." Yun Xiao cursed. I'm afraid his strength has declined instead of improving. Hurry up and do something. Don't let this thing eat the animal I raised. It would be a huge loss if the crocodile was swallowed. Xianxia immediately slashed out with his sword, and the sword beam shot out, piercing through the giant spirit and cutting into the distance. Boom! It caused a ripple in the distance. The giant spirit's body froze for a moment, but it was not affected. It continued to chase after the crocodile. Wind elemental body? This is troublesome, Yuan Gaohan exclaimed. Elementals are also living beings, Xianxia said. Where there is life, there is death. There is nothing to be afraid of. The Tusada heavenly peak flew up from his palm and smashed over. The 5-colored light swirled continuously in the air, illuminating the entire river. The giant spirit seemed to have sensed something. Its body trembled, and it suddenly turned around, roaring and punching with both fists. Boom! The fists of wind landed on the Tusada peak and shattered instantly. The Tusada heavenly mountain trembled as well, but it continued to spin slowly, crushing the giant spirit's body. Gusts of strong wind flew out from the Tusada heavenly peak suppression like blades, slashing in all directions. Walla walla! The entire river was cut into pieces. Xianxia and the others were also under the indiscriminate attack, and they were all trying their best to resist. The crocodile narrowed its eyes and stared vigilantly. The wind blade was like a tonic to it, and it opened its mouth and swallowed it. The Tusada heavenly peak kept making rumbling sounds as it spun, and finally, it completely crushed the giant spirit's body. After spinning in the air, it flew back into Yunxiao's hand. The wind blades that filled the sky slashed for a while before finally disappearing. Dead. Wuxia looked at him in horror, and her fear of Yunxiao grew. The 5-colored mountain peak was a profound level weapon that had directly shattered the mountain-splitting heavens. He didn't know how strong this giant spirit was, but that mountain-splitting heavenly ding was the toughest and most powerful pure strength-type puppet among all the puppets of the MU family. It was almost close to the physical body of a large success, but it could still be smashed. His heart was about to collapse. What the hell was that 5-colored mountain peak? Holding the mountain, Xianxia said vigilantly, "Be careful! I've only scattered his body, but I'm still far from killing him." Other than the sound of water flowing, there was no other sound in the entire river. It was as quiet as a ghost town. The black particles on the crocodile's body moved little by little. It was in a high state of tension, and bright red flames seeped out of it, flickering. Bang! The flames suddenly exploded, and countless sparks flew. The crocodile let out a roar as if it was extremely frightened. Its body trembled continuously and it was shrinking rapidly. Through Yunxiao's lunar pupils, he saw a layer of transparent wind emerging around the crocodile, constantly devouring its body. He took out his sword case, and 36 swords immediately flew out to form an array. They densely surrounded the crocodile and trapped the astral wind. Wuxia and the others also moved in an instant. They quickly formed hand seals outside the sword formation and set up a barrier to prevent the astral wind from escaping. Then Yunxiao turned into a thunderbolt and rushed straight into the sword array. The thunderbolts that filled the sky rushed toward the crocodile, and a huge blue arm stretched out of the thunderbolt to grab the crocodile's tail and pull it out. On the other side, the giant spirit appeared and grabbed the crocodile's body with both hands. Half of it was already in its mouth. The two of them were like a tug of war, their bodies growing longer and longer. It finally exploded with a bang, turning into particles that filled the sky. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he opened his palm and slapped it on the giant spirit's body while shouting, "5 lightning strikes! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, blasting into the giant spirit's body and exploding. In an instant, the sword formation was filled with lightning. Roar! The low sound of the wind howled, and a strong wind swirled within the lightning, blowing the lightning away. Finally, it condensed one by one and turned into a wind domain to resist the lightning. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand and pointed at the sky. The sword array shone with a cold light. A boundless sea of swords spread out and turned into sharp sword edges that slashed down. Whoosh! 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 The blade of the sword pierced through the wind domain. Although it couldn't seriously injure it, it was continuously consuming the other party's true essence and scattering the condensed power. At the same time, the Tusada heavenly mountain was thrown out again, and the five-colored light illuminated the entire sword formation. Roar! Roar! A huge tremor came from the wind domain, followed by a low roar. It was obviously afraid of the Tusada peak. The wind trembled more and more violently, striking the lightning in the surroundings and crashing into the sword array, trying to escape. Xianxia pointed at the sky with one hand and controlled the Tusada peak with the other. The collision force of the gale had stirred up his chi and blood, and he tasted a salty and sweet taste in his throat. His internal organs had been injured. His eyes turned cold and his left hand flipped down. The Tusada peak descended in an instant and smashed into the wind domain. Boom! The entire whirlwind was smashed into chaos. Sharp wind blades flew in all directions, but they could not cut out the sword array. Xianxia hurriedly put down his hand and formed a defensive barrier with his fingers, but a large number of wind blades still cut through and only disappeared after hitting him. Gulu gulu! A large number of black particles in the sky gathered together in a frenzy and quickly turned into crocodiles. They stood up and roared as they swallowed the whirlwinds. After the astral wind giant spirit was smashed for the second time, it seemed to have lost its ability to gather energy for a short period of time and could only be eaten by the crocodile. The crocodile's body grew bigger and bigger as it ate, and its eyes shone with excitement and ferocity. Soon it had devoured all the astral winds. Roar! Roar! After it finished eating, it looked up to the sky and roared continuously, as if it was abnormally excited. Xianxia retracted the sword array, and the rest of the people pulled open the barrier. Only then did they all breathe a sigh of relief. After the crocodile roared for a while, it returned to its four-legged crawling state and fell asleep with its head lowered. Xianxia kicked him as he cursed and said, "You'll only have this little bit of future in this lifetime." With a pie sound, the crocodile was kicked far away and fell on the river. It followed the current and went down, but it still looked like it was sleeping. Xianxia, he, Yuan Gaohan said, "It has just swallowed such a powerful existence. It won't be able to digest it in a short time. That's why it has entered a long sleep. I'm afraid it won't wake up for a while." Xianxia looked in the direction where the crocodile was drifting, and a spot of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Could it be the exit? The few of them were overjoyed and hurriedly chased after the crocodile. The light grew brighter and brighter, and it was impossible to see what was inside. However, it was obvious that it was a passage to the outside world. Boom! With a low, trembling sound, everyone suddenly rushed over. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and a world of ice and snow appeared before their eyes. "The extreme north's little frozen sky," Yuan Gaohan shouted excitedly. The entire world was covered in silver and white. It was made up of jade and pink. The heaven and earth were one color. The atmosphere was surging. It was magnificent and beautiful. Thousands of birds flew away, and thousands of people disappeared. Everyone's breath turned into white smoke as soon as they exhaled. Xianxia put the crocodile away and looked around with the power of the lunar pupil. It's indeed a dead silence. There's no sign of life. How do we find the ice essence? Since it's the ice soul essence, it's naturally the essence that's formed after the cold energy is condensed to the extreme, Yuan Gaohan said. There should be a large amount of ice soul in this world of ice and snow. His eyes were filled with greed as he licked his lips and said, "If you can, move them all back." Hee, of course we can't waste it," Wuxia agreed. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned solemn as he said, "Did anyone discover that this place is actually a city?" Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked carefully. Under the white snow there were many signs of buildings, and the scale was extremely large. Everywhere his divine sense covered, it was full of ruins. This by an... The few of them were stunned. "Lord Wuxia, Brother Gaohan," Xianxia said, "do you have any information?" The two of them shook their heads. I only found the ancient map from the ancient books, Yuan Gaohan said. As for whether there are people living here, I have no idea. And it looks like it's not a small city either. Perhaps it was once a famous giant city, Wuxia said. Let's figure out the terrain of this city first, Yunxiao said. Then we'll find a way to find the ice essence. That's right, Yuan Gaohan also said. Since there's a city, there's naturally a core. Perhaps there are ancient treasures that have been dormant for countless years waiting for us. When the few of them heard this, they felt that it made sense, and their hearts began to heat up. The five of them flew into the sky and began to explore the terrain in different directions. Yunxiao flew for a while, but he did not find anything. The structure of the entire city was not complicated, but the material used to build it was quite different from the current one. He looked down and shot out a flame from his hand. The fire turned into the shape of a phoenix and flew past the snow. A large patch of white snow immediately evaporated, revealing a wide street. Yunxiao flew down and stepped on the hard stone. He could not help but frown when he saw several corpses lying on the street. 3 human corpses and 1 beast corpse. Without the snow's ice and the rising temperature from the fire, the corpses began to change shape and rot. Then, they shrank into a mummified corpse and became unrecognizable. Yunxiao carefully examined every corpse. The final conclusion was that the 3 people had died at the hands of the demonic beast, and the demonic beast had been killed by a powerful sword chi that had pierced through its back. What's going on with this city? Even if there were a fight between demon beasts and humans, the bodies should have been cleaned up after the fight, so it shouldn't have been left on the streets, unless it was a swan and I. A conclusion came to his mind. That was, this battle had directly led to the destruction of the city and was thus buried in history. This was why the traces of the last battle were preserved. Swish! Suddenly, a hurried sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It shot straight into the clouds and exploded above the entire city. Yunxiao's face flickered. That direction was exactly where Yuan Gaohan had gone. So he must have thrown out the signal when he encountered danger. His figure disappeared in a flash. He performed a dozen large-scale teleportations in the air in one go, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled at high speed. In just half a cup of tea's time, Yunxiao appeared in the sky above the signal and looked down. Yuan Gaohan was sitting cross-legged on the top of a huge building, a defensive barrier around him, struggling to resist the attacks coming from all directions. Those attacks did not have physical bodies, but some strangely shaped spirits. Demonic soul! Yunxiao immediately recognized those spirits as the souls of dead demon beasts. There were a total of 4 monster souls attacking Yuan Gaohan. They were of the same shape and weren't very strong, but Yuan Gaohan seemed to be extremely weak and couldn't hold on much longer. Yuan Gaohan sensed Yunxiao's presence at the first moment, and he said with great joy, "Young Master Yun, please save me. I can't hold on any longer." With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao shot out 4 beams of flames toward the demon souls. The 4 demonic souls felt the extreme heat and all let out sharp and miserable cries. They plunged into the ground and flew into the building, disappearing. Caw! The flames flew past Yuan Gaohan's body and slowly burned out. Overjoyed, Yuan Gaohan jumped up and flew to Yunxiao's side. He patted his chest and said, "I almost died." Yunxiao looked at his extremely pale face and asked in confusion, "That demonic soul isn't that powerful. Shouldn't be a match for you. And with your spiritual power, even if you can't win, you should be able to easily escape." Yuan Gaohan glared at him and said, "What do you think I'm doing here?" He had escaped from there. I don't know what those 4 monster souls were formed from, but they're specialized in countering mental energy attacks. Under their joint attack, I can't even use teleportation. It's specialized in countering spiritual attacks? Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he seemed to remember something. Could it be the Dark Demon Clan of the Demon Clan? "You're right," Yuan Gaohan said in surprise. "I've read about that form in an ancient book before. The Dark Demon Clan is very strange. They possess powerful mental power, and they specialize in devouring mental power for cultivation. They are very rare." Yunxiao frowned. But why are the souls of the Dark Demon clan here? And there are 4 of them. Yuan Gaohan pointed below and sneered. There are even more inside. I encountered at least 20 demonic souls, and when I teleported out, these 4 caught up to me and kept absorbing my energy, which was why I was trapped here. Is it true? Yun Xiao asked. Was the last destructive battle here against the demons? It's very likely. Yuan Gaohan nodded. You should have found a lot of corpses along the way. It's not strange that the city was destroyed after the war with the demons, Yun Xiao said. What's strange is how a large number of demon souls were produced. Then, do the souls of these humans still exist? Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. How can it still be here? If there is, the 2 sects will fight again, and only one side will be left. That's true, Yun Xiao said. We should avoid these demon souls as much as possible. We can't be bothered to find out what happened in the past and what happened now. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect the extraction of the ice essence. If you think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Yuan Gaohan said with a strange expression. What? Yun Xiao asked. What? I found the ice essence under this building, Yuan Gaohan said. I was overjoyed and was about to take it when a large number of demon souls gushed out from the ice essence. The reason why these demons would leave behind their souls after death was most likely related to the environment and the ice essence. The ice essence became their best home. Demon soul? Yun Xiao's face flickered. Doesn't that mean we'll encounter a demon soul when we take the ice essence? It's most likely so. Mu Jie's voice was heard. He had also rushed over after seeing the signal. He took out a blue ice stone from his sleeve and said, I also encountered a demonic soul when I took this ice spirit. It's indeed the extreme northern ice spirit. What a strong chill. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and he looked overjoyed. Although he knew that there were many ice spirits here, he was still very happy to see them. I don't care what kind of demon soul it is. If it stops us from taking the ice essence, then it will die with us. Chen Yunyu and Su Liani also arrived one after another. The 5 of them immediately sneaked into the building in front of them. From the internal structure, it could be seen that this was originally a palace. The internal structure was very magnificent, but it had been frozen into ice crystals and was covered in silver. Large amounts of ice and snow were frozen, sealing off the surrounding passages. Yun Xiao snapped his fingers, and a flame flickered on his fingertips. The flames continued to expand and spread in all directions. A huala sound spread out, and a large amount of white smoke rose everywhere. The shape of the palace's interior was gradually revealed. Although everyone had sensed that something was amiss when they entered, they were still shocked when their overall form appeared under the flames. Carved beams and jade carvings appeared in the mist. On the dome, there was a carving of a phoenix spreading its wings, a green dragon absorbing water, and a straight road slowly descending along the white jade steps. The 4 walls of the hall were lit with crystal lamps, pearls were the curtains, and the pillars were inlaid with platinum. There was a huge moon pearl hanging on the dome of the hall. Under the illumination of the flames, the ice gradually melted and gave off a brilliant light, like the sun and the moon. The white jade floor tiles under everyone's feet were carved into the ground to form a lotus. A huge 5-stem lotus flower was in the center, giving off the feeling of a lotus blooming with each step. It made people stop in their tracks and not dare to move forward. Is this Xuanji the Imperial Palace? Everyone was stunned, and Yuan Gaohan's eyes widened even more. He had come down once before and could feel the vast and magnificent surroundings, but he didn't expect it to be so magnificent and luxurious. The concept of country was not strong in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and there was not much difference between a country and a sect. Moreover, there was no country among the powerful forces in the realm of heavenly martial arts. In the western region, there was the ancient martial kingdom that guarded the 5-Cloud Mountain, the neighboring Yin Chu kingdom, and the East Han kingdom that bordered the northern and eastern regions. They were considered the top 3 empires in the heavenly martial continent. However, even among these 3 countries, other than the ancient martial empire, who guarded the Five-Cloud Mountain and was supported by the sanctuary. The other two empires only had one main city. They did not have much of a reputation. The magnificent scene in front of everyone was definitely not the structure of a sect. With a glance, they knew that it was the imperial palace of a country. Xianxia came back to his senses. No matter how magnificent and powerful this place was in the past, it had become a speck of dust in history. Brother Gao Han, where's the ice spirit? Yuan Gaohan also came back to his senses and pointed to the passage at the side. If I didn't remember wrongly, I should have encountered an ice spirit after entering this place, followed by a large number of demonic souls. Stop sighing, Xianxia said. Let's go. He was the first to walk into the passage. The divine flame turned into the shape of a child and flew in front of him, melting the ice. The extreme northern ice essence was the essence of Ice Soul. It would not change after being roasted for a short period of time. The group walked down the jade steps. On the floating windows on both sides, there were many pictures that recorded the major events of this country. There were conquests, sacrifices, duels, cultivation, and various clan emblems that highlighted the ancient clans that had once existed. After walking hundreds of meters down the stone steps, Xianxia stopped. There was an extremely large ice wall blocking their way. The flame child opened its mouth and spat out a ball of fire. It burned the ice wall, but it was unable to melt. It's such a big piece of ice essence. Yunxiao's eyes popped out, full of excitement and joy. The ice wall was more than 10 zhang in both length and width, and its value was immeasurable if dug out. Don't be happy too early, Yuan Gaohan said coldly. Be careful. The demonic souls that chased me before all came from here, and this ice essence is much bigger than you can imagine. It directly sealed the space inside. Yuan Gaohan had come in through the narrow gap before and hadn't seen it clearly. At this moment, his divine sense penetrated the wall of ice essence and felt the existence of the space inside. It was actually a large block of ice essence that had condensed and filled the entire space. Only then did Xianxia react. He looked over and saw everything clearly. After a brief moment of joy, he calmed down. Why is it that, in the same hall, only this place will produce ice essence? I'm afraid it's not that simple. If I'm not wrong, there's something else other than the ice essence inside. Wuxia analyzed. Do I need you to tell me that? Xianxia said. Aren't there a large number of demonic souls inside? I'm referring to other natural treasures, or rather, things that can produce ice essence, Wuxia said gloomily. Did you carefully observe these embossed on your way here? Yuan Gaohan asked. You mean the state of their country? Xianxia asked. What do you mean? There was already a large number of demons in the first place. It seemed to be a country where humans and demons lived together. Later, for some reason, there was internal strife. Unfortunately, the relief embossed ended when the last king succeeded the throne. Yuan Gaohan nodded. It seems like the problem lies with the last king. It's a pity that there are many ancient characters on the mural that can't be recognized. Otherwise, we could have found some information. On the last embossed, a young king was sitting on a throne, receiving the worship of the people. Behind him was the young queen, beautiful and lifelike. Through the craftsmanship, one could almost feel the chill of the queen. In the distance, a large number of demons were watching. They were just there to watch the show. It seemed that even though humans and demons lived together, the demon race did not submit to the king of this country. Wuxia said, I can recognize these words. They are the common characters used in the extreme north in ancient times. There's no record of any events, only some names. The new king's name is Feng Yaoli, and the queen is called Shuiyan Luo. Xianxia trembled and said in horror, What? What do you think the names of the king and queen are? An indescribable emotion spread in his heart. Although he had already confirmed it, he still found it hard to believe. What's wrong? Yuan Gaohan and the others were all frightened by his appearance. Xianxia stared at Wuxia with a serious look on his face and said, What did you just say their names were? Wuxia also found it strange and said, If translated from words, they should be called Feng Yaoli and Shuiyan Luo. Is there a problem? Young Master Yun, do you know something? Yun Xiao steadied his mind and raised his hand. The ice sword appeared in his hand, and the cold light shone on the water, and the sword body shone on people. Back in the Fengling city of the eastern region, the Lu family had wanted to snatch this cold sword, Ice Frost, and had told him about its origin. Feng Yaoli Shuyen Luo 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 Luo. Yun Xiao murmured to himself. When he looked at the embossed again, he found it extremely strange. In particular, Shuyen Luo's expression was cold and dignified, and she seemed to be smiling. He gently stroked the blade of the sword. According to the people of the Lu family, if the rumors were true, then the remnant soul of the water mist radish was still in his sword. Not only the water mist radish, but even Huidou's remnant soul was sealed inside. It was no wonder that he had felt that the embossed of the Shuyen Luo was a little strange. It turned out that he had seen it before in the shadow in the sword. He suddenly thought of something and another shadow appeared in his right eye. It was also a body of disaster and it was floating in the space of his right eye. When he was lighting up the 7-star lamp for Poseidon's wife Ro Wei, her guardian beast was this shadow. On the murals on the two sides of the passage, the figures of the Calamity Tower clan appeared many times. Why are there so many disasters everywhere? Could it be that this race was mass-produced in ancient times? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment and immediately denied it. Powerful races must be scarce in number, or the balance of the world would be broken. Li Yun Xiao, what's going on? Did you think of something? Yuan Gaohan became impatient, urging him to quickly speak. It's nothing, Yun Xiao said. It's just that under this cold ice wall, I can't help but want to draw my sword and dance. I want to show off my peerless heroic figure to my heart's content. Everyone wanted to beat him to death. Sensing the anger of the crowd, Yun Xiao wiped his sweat and briefly told her about the origin of the cold sword, Ice Frost. The few of them were dumbfounded and could not help but look at the sword in his hand. Yuan Gaohan said, I've always found your sword strange. The sharpness is unparalleled, and it's also cold. There's no record of it in the ancient books. It turns out that it came from this small icy sky in the extreme north, and this place is called the Country of Snow. Wuxia said, Then the matter is simple. The entire snow country must have been destroyed after that disaster. That's why it's like this now. Look at these embossed carefully, Yun Xiao said. How many are there? He didn't tell them about Huidou's remnant soul in his right eye. A few? Haha. Yun Xiao doesn't know the demon race well. Yuan Gaohan sneered. Huidou is extremely famous among the Yao. Every time it appears, it can stand on the stage of history. Can only appear once at a time without exception. 1. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he said in a serious voice. If there's only one, does that mean that the parents have to die when the son is born? Yuan Gaohan said, Although Huidou is called a clan, in fact, only demons who have inherited their talents can be called Huidou. The others are all extremely weak. They can't even transform into demons. In other words, the Huidou clan can only produce one powerful being who can transform into a demon at any time. So, even if he's Huidou's son, it's very likely that he's a good-for-nothing? Yun Xiao frowned. That's right. Yuan Gaohan nodded. This is a completely hidden bloodline inheritance. I don't know when one will appear, but I'm sure that there will only be one in the same generation. What if 2 of them appear? Yun Xiao asked. That's impossible. Yuan Gaohan shook his head. Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. Shang had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, so he could be considered to have traveled through time. If there was also a calamity among the demons now, wouldn't they meet? Or if Shang did not die, there would not be a second one. Yun Xiao felt that it was a little strange, but he did not care about it. So he threw it to the back of his mind after thinking for a moment. Since I've obtained this sword, I'm also considered a fated person of the snow country. Perhaps it was heaven's will that guided me to collect these ice essences. Since that's the case, heaven's will can't be disobeyed, so I won't be polite. Yun Xiao licked his lips and looked at the ice essence with shining eyes. You're a damn hooligan, Yuan Gaohan cursed. I really don't understand how you got so many good things. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's quickly find a way to dig this ice spirit out and be careful of the demon soul inside. Since all of Huado's remnant souls are in your sword, there's nothing to fear from the souls of these little monsters. Well, I'll try to see if I can cut out this ice spirit. Yunxiao raised the cold sword and thrust it in. With a crisp clang, the tip of the sword slowly penetrated an inch. Sure. Although the resistance was great, at least there was a way to retrieve it. Yunxiao tried his best to thrust it in. Suddenly, with a clang, the hissing of demon souls came from the ice wall. Then, a large number of wandering souls flew out from the wall where the moon eye could see. Yuan Gaohan and Mu Jie also discovered this and shouted in surprise, "Be careful!" "It doesn't matter," Yunxiao sneered. "They're just some wandering ghosts. It's just the right time to send them to heaven." His left hand formed a series of hand seals and pointed at the sword. Immediately, rings of sword runes spread out and went into the ice wall. The speed was not fast, but it rippled like water as it ran over the demon soul's body. The demon souls cried out in fear, and their bodies twisted. They were obviously injured by the sword patterns, but they still rushed out. GG. GG. More than a dozen demon souls surrounded Yunxiao, screaming and attacking him. More and more souls flew out. "You're so noisy." Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and a strong electric current ran through his body. Arcs of light kept bursting out of his body, and those demon souls did not dare to approach him. But there was also a powerful one. A red demon soul gradually transformed into its original form, roaring as it slammed its palms down toward Yunxiao's head. Yunxiao changed his hand seal into a palm technique and slapped over his head with one hand. Bang! A golden light shot out from his palm and collided with the red light, forcing the demonic soul to retreat. At this moment, several more powerful auras came from the ice wall. Yunxiao looked through them, and finally, a serious look appeared on his face. This ice spirit was the home of these demon souls. When it was destroyed by external forces, it attacked them with all its might, becoming extremely violent. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed. They might have lost their initial consciousness and were only left with protecting this patch of ice spirits and their own residents. "Since you're already dead, why stay in this world?" Yunxiao pulled the sword out and flew back. Then he performed a sword incantation gesture, and a cold light appeared, placing himself in a sea of swords. He then stabbed his icy sword into the ground and formed an incantation gesture with one hand before spitting out a string of dark words. Outside the sea of swords, a golden light suddenly appeared and formed the text of the Great Expansion Divine Technique, flickering incessantly. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yuan Gaohan felt as if his neck was being strangled, and he screamed, "The ancient Maha word! The complete Maha ancient scripture!" Mu Jie's mind was also greatly shaken. He naturally recognized the ancient Maha character, and those that could appear in chapter were all earth-shaking great divine powers. Following the appearance of that Great Expansion Divine Technique, a soul force fluctuated in the air. All the demonic souls quieted down. The violent aura was dissipating. Even the red demonic soul that had been pushed back and several powerful auras that had just appeared quieted down, as if they were listening. Yuan Gaohan swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "He's guiding these demon souls." Mu Jie was shocked. Extraditing demon souls? How is this possible? "The soul is made up of pure energy and consciousness," Yuan Gaohan said. After a long period of time, these demon souls did not have much consciousness left. They were almost instinctive consciousness and energy bodies, and Yunxiao's Maha ancient scripture was in a mess. His face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and said, "It should be a soul-refining divine ability. Damn it. He actually had such a precious treasure and hid it from me." His eyes were red, like a hungry wolf staring at meat, and he kept swallowing his saliva. Mu Jie and the others were also completely stunned. Although they did not know much about it, they knew that it was something very powerful, but they did not understand it. Under the power of Yunxiao's divine incantation, those demon souls began to dissipate their consciousnesses and return to their most original soul power, scattering in the air bit by bit. The red demonic soul's body trembled slightly, and it seemed to be in a daze as it froze in the air. At this moment, 4 more powerful demon souls appeared. They also stood quietly, feeling the power of purification. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his physical strength was gradually running out. He raised his eyes and cursed in his heart. Why haven't these 5 stubborn old men gone to heaven yet? After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the red demonic beast began to gradually calm down, turning into a mass of pure energy and dissipating. I can't hold on any longer, Xianxia suddenly cried out. The runes scattered all over the sky, and he instantly retreated. The 4 demonic souls' originally calm gazes suddenly tightened, and they emitted a violent aura. Yuan Gaohan and the others were watching attentively and were startled by his sudden shout. They also ran back while cursing. If you don't have the ability, then don't show off. Don't run, Xianxia said in a hurry. Fight. Only then did the 4 of them come back to their senses. They immediately stopped and vigilantly looked at the 4 demon souls. Wuxia flew up and rushed towards one of the demon souls. There are 4 of them, 1 for each of us. Chen Yuyu and Su Liani didn't say a word as they aimed at one and attacked. The last man roared and rushed at Xianxia and Yuan Gaohan. Xiao's face turned pale. He was too lazy to do it himself, so he summoned the evil spirit and had it face the enemy. Yuan Gaohan suddenly let out an "eh" sound and said, "They are actually the same kind." It was only then that Xianxia discovered that the demon soul looked like an evil spirit, an ugly demon. The evil spirit and the demonic soul were also stunned, especially the demonic soul, who looked stunned and didn't know what to do. Wow, how dare you look like me? Die! The evil spirit swung his axe. The wandering soul was split open on the spot. It seemed to still retain the undying characteristics of the ugly demon race. After being split open, it immediately split into 2 and bit at the evil spirit with a roar. Xianxia took some pills and recovered some of his primordial qi, then looked at the ice spirit. The space inside seemed a little unusual, but he could not see through it. The structure of this ice essence is extremely hard, Yuan Gaohan said. No wonder it's an indispensable raw material for refining divine refined steel. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to open this space with this sword lever. Why don't you use the star slasher to hack it in half? In that case, Xianxia said, I'm afraid everything inside will be destroyed. Yuan Gaohan said, do your best to aim at the side. Moreover, our goal is only this ice essence. If we can have additional items, we will. If we can't, it's fine. I hope to quickly take out the ice essence and leave this place to refine the divine steel. Xiao's heart was burning as well. He gritted his teeth and said, all right, we'll do as you say and completely split this place open. He raised his cold sword, frost, and countless runes danced in the air. The entire palace's passageway instantly darkened. A sea of sword chi spread out. The 4 people who were fighting intensely in the distance all felt the sword essence and were secretly shocked. All the power of spacetime seemed to stop the moment the sword momentum was raised. The entire world seemed to shrink in that sword. The cold light shone on the water, and the sword blade was transparent. Xianxia suddenly had an illusion in his heart. When the sword was raised, it seemed that the shadow of the water smoke radish had appeared in it. However, this feeling was instantly rejected. He focused his mind and body on the sword, becoming one with it. Sword slash stars. He spat out these 4 words from his thin lips. The vast sword force flashed continuously, and all the rules in the entire space gathered. The first to be impacted was the passageway. With a rumble, it was completely split open, and the ground began to crack along with the sword force. Boom, boom, boom. Countless buildings in the palace were instantly reduced to ashes. The terrifying sword force struck the ice wall and crushed it without any hindrance. Boom! All the ice spirits in front of him seemed to have exploded, turning into countless pieces and flying in all directions. As Xiao's sword cut through the palace, everyone was exposed to the silver-clad sky. A dark crack stretched across the ground, like a crack on a silver robe. Everyone was shocked by this sword. The demonic souls also stopped their attacks and turned around to look. A secret chamber emerged from the inside of the ice essence. Although half of it had been cut off, Xianxia had controlled his strength and cut off the side by relying on his senses. At this moment, the scene inside the room stunned everyone. The ground was chiseled with a huge figure of a woman sitting on a lotus with thousands of eyes and hands, half of which had been cut off by Xianxia. A giant body floated above the pattern. It was Huidou, who had golden and silver horns and was covered in scales. It was lying quietly in the air, its body neither rotten nor rotten, as if it was in a deep sleep. The 4 demon souls were shocked. They quickly flew back and circled around Huidou's body, letting out shrill cries. Is this thing dead? Wuxia was shocked. Yunxiao's face was a little unsightly as well, though no one knew if it was because he had consumed too much energy or for some other reason. Hurry up and collect the ice essence. We'll leave once we're done. Whether they die or not is none of our business. The sword in his hand suddenly trembled with a clang and let out an even more shrill and sharp cry. Circles of sword patterns uncontrollably spread out. What's wrong, Li Yunxiao? Yuan Gaohan asked in surprise. What's wrong? Yunxiao's hand trembled violently, and he could not hold the sword steadily. The ice and frost on the sword flew out of his hand and spun in the air. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome, Yunxiao said in a deep voice. He raised his palm, and countless golden lights floated in the center of his palm, and he suddenly slapped forward. The cold sword and frost flew to the sky above Huidou, constantly emitting sword patterns. Then, a circle of light condensed into a world and suddenly expanded. Boom! The boundless palm power landed on Huidou, but it was blocked by the sword realm power 30 feet away. What's going on? Chen Yuyu asked in surprise. The sword protected Huidou by itself? Wasn't it the one who killed it back then? That's just a legend, Yuan Gaohan replied in a deep voice. No one knows what the truth is. The most troublesome thing now is, won't this thing come back to life? Just as everyone was worried, a silver bell-like melodious female voice slowly sounded in the air. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, the Shar spirit, the female voice was obscure and difficult to understand, and everyone was frowning as they listened. Just as he was immersed in the voice, the shadow of a woman appeared on the ice sword. She sat cross-legged in the air and formed a seal with her hands, turning into the image of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. What? Yunxiao was shocked. This is a Pishio. Mu Jie was also taken aback. Like Yunxiao, he had seen someone use such a divine ability in Two-World Mountain. Duanmu Tsang. This 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands palm was exactly the same as the one that Duanmu Tsang had displayed back then. This divine ability is so strange, Yunxiao said solemnly. It's impossible for them to be wearing the same clothes. Duanmu Tsang and this Shuiyan Luo must have been inherited from the same lineage. Shuiyan Luo's illusory figure was in a trance. As she chanted an incantation, the light from her 1,000 hands shone like the sun and wheel, shrouding Huidou's body. Then, a soul light shot out of the sword and flew into Huidou's body. Yunxiao could clearly see that the soul light was the remnant soul of Huidou. Not good. He's really going to be resurrected. Yuan Gaohan's expression also turned ugly. What do we do? Should we go or attack? Yunxiao's eyes darkened as he said coldly, Naturally, I've made my move. I can't lose my sword. This sword might be Huidou's, or at least Shuiyan Luo's. What does it have to do with you? You're just snatching her things, Yuan Gaohan said angrily. It might have been theirs countless years ago, Yunxiao snorted. But in this era, it's mine. This isn't the same as the past, not the people of this era. Why do you have to force your way here? He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak flew out slowly, directly smashing towards the dipper. Clang! The body of the sword rippled rapidly, giving off an ear-piercing sound. The sword enchantment continued to disperse, turning into a round and solid green light. Boom! The Tushita heavenly mountain landed on the barrier, causing the ice and frost on the cold sword to tremble violently. The illusion of the Shuyen Luo also rippled like water, as if it was going to disappear at any moment. Boom! The sword barrier only lasted for an instant before it exploded, and the shadow of the water mist radish dissipated. The barrier's power transformed into boundless sword energy and slashed outwards. The 5 of them were shocked and hurriedly dodged, not daring to take the power of the sword essence head-on. After tens of thousands of swords rained down, everyone looked over and saw that half of the secret room had completely collapsed. Huido's body had also disappeared, leaving only the ice sword stuck in the ground. It looked lonely, cold, and arrogant. Indeed, the more you fear, the more likely it is to happen. Hurry up. Yunxiao's face was livid. Collect the ice essence and leave. That Huido was most likely going to be resurrected. Back when the Snow Nation existed, there were godly state experts, but even they couldn't subdue this thing. He didn't want to face it. The 4 of them hurriedly collected the ice essence fragments around them, while Yunxiao rushed forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Clang, another sword energy was condensed on the sword, turning into the power of a boundary, blocking his hand, as if unwilling to leave with him. Fuck. You won't screw up and betray me at this critical moment, right? Yunxiao's eyes shone with a cold light as he clenched his fist, his fingers turning golden as he clenched his fingers into the sword. The sword trembled violently, and a boundless cold and violent aura spread out, constantly resisting his power. Be good, don't mess around. Have you forgotten the happy times we had on our way here? Yunxiao kept persuading Lang Jian and Bing Shuang, clenching his fingers even tighter and touching the hilt of the sword through the sword energy barrier. Suddenly, a strong current came through the hilt of the sword and hit his hand. His whole body was shaken off as if he had been electrocuted. He was shocked. Looking at it, the body of the sword began to change. It became as white as snow and emitted a cold intent that chilled people's hearts. This young master doesn't believe it. An unyielding stubbornness welled up in Yunxiao's heart as he rushed forward again. Suddenly, an extremely powerful demonic energy came down from the sky, and the entire space was pressed with layers of wrinkles. His body froze. Under this pressure, he was also in a daze. Space-like ripples appeared on his body, rippling from top to bottom. An unusually dangerous aura surged in his heart. He immediately circulated the tyrant body tempering technique, causing his bones, and muscles to tremble violently, shaking off the suppressive force around him. Then, his eyes narrowed, and his spiritual power was raised to the peak as he teleported away. Boom! Where he had been standing earlier, an extremely violent force fell, directly smashing a huge pit in the ground. The pit was in the shape of a palm, about half a mu in size, and it was so dark that the bottom could not be seen. Yunxiao appeared in front of the pit and looked at the cold sword from a distance. Then, a huge black shadow slowly descended. The surging demonic chi spread in all directions, shocking everyone. The other 5 people also flew over in an instant and stood next to Yunxiao, staring at the huge creature in front of them in horror, the true form of Huido. Wow! The evil spirit exclaimed. What kind of demon is this? The demonic aura on his body is stronger than mine. Young Master Yun, can you help me get this body? Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, All right, you go up and kill him first. The evil spirit was shocked and said, Are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and nodded with a sincere look. Of course it's true. If I don't cut him down first, how can I let you possess me? You take the lead, we'll cover you. The evil spirit had a look of disbelief and said, Why am I the first one to fight, and you guys are not? Why don't we switch? I'll cover you guys. Yunxiao thought to himself. It seems that this stupid thing is not that stupid. He snorted coldly. It's not like we're coveting this body. If you want it, then take it. If you don't want it, then forget it. The evil spirit was stunned. Don't, it said hurriedly. I'll take the lead. I'll take the lead. Although he was a little scared, the powerful aura coming from this giant body made his heart palpitate. Greed grew and spread in his heart. He couldn't help drooling as he looked at Huidou's real body. He made up his mind and said firmly, "Good. I'm about to attack. Remember to cover me." Xianxia and the others all looked at him with a don't worry look. The evil spirit roared, and its aura rose to its peak. It charged forward, raised its axe, and chopped down at Huidou's head. "Go to hell. Leave your body behind for Grandpa." Boom! The huge axe landed on Huidou's horns, and a huge light spread out. Huidou's eyes had been closed since he landed. After the axe hit his head, he slowly opened his eyes. His gold and silver eyes were like a pair of horns, flashing with a heart-palpitating light that could see through people's hearts. Xianxia and the others all sucked in a cold breath and cursed in their hearts, then turned and retreated. The evil spirit was horrified. "How is this possible? You're fine after taking a blow from my axe." The blade of the axe had already penetrated half an inch into his head, and there was blood oozing out. However, it was obviously just a superficial wound. Huidou's eyes glowed with gold and silver light. He raised his hand and tried to grab the ice sword. The sword was stabbed into the ground and kept on vibrating. He suddenly put two fingers together and pointed at the sword. Instantly, an extremely sharp light shot out from the sword and slashed at the evil spirit. "Wah! Cover me!" Sensing the danger, the evil spirit cried out, hurriedly put away his axe, and fled backward. When he looked over, he found that Xianxia and the other three had already retreated thousands of feet away. You guys are so stubborn." Swish! The sword light instantly cut the evil spirit's waist, cutting it in two and causing it to fall from the sky. "What?" Xianxia was shocked. "This is too brutal. The body of a great demon can't withstand a single sword art." The few of them felt a chill run down their backs and their bodies turned cold. They thought about how terrifying it would be if the sword had landed on them. Gulp! "You tricked this fool into testing the sword? Aren't you being a little too vicious?" Yuan Gaohan gulped. Xianxia gave him a cold look and said, "Since you're so kind, then go ahead and invite Lord Yuan Gaohan to test the strength of this Huidou." Yuan Gaohan immediately shut his mouth. That big demon was only concerned about running away, so it was cut in half by a sword, Wuxia said. If he had some fighting spirit, he wouldn't have died so tragically. The two halves of the evil spirit's body that had fallen to the ground suddenly trembled, and countless pieces of flesh and blood burst out of them, turning into two evil spirits. They climbed up from the ground and fled toward Xianxia. "Ah!" Yuan Gaohan and the others were all dumbfounded. Xianxia was the only one who knew that he had the body of an ugly demon and the talent of immortality. Wow, that's so scary. You scared me to death." The two evil spirits ran over, their faces filled with fear. Yuan Gaohan and the others, looking at the two evil spirits, one of them even holding an axe with both hands. Everyone's heart collapsed. Even Huidou raised his brows slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The four wandering souls flew around Huidou, chirping non-stop. The 8 demonic tribes. Huidou looked at the 4 wandering souls and finally spoke slowly. Xianxia and the others were startled as they stared vigilantly at Huidou. The other party's expression was as if he had been in a deep sleep for countless years and was constantly waking up from his drowsy state. The scar on his forehead had already formed a scab, and his eyes were constantly becoming clearer. The 4 wandering souls trembled as if they were struggling, and their screams became even sharper. Huidou stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. A circle of blue light rippled out from his palm, and the surrounding space was frozen. The 4 wandering souls were instantly frozen. A layer of blue ice crystals had formed on most of Huidou's body. White smoke was coming out of his nostrils, and the light in his eyes was getting more and more exquisite. A remnant soul of the monster race's 8 actually left behind. It's truly a strong will. Huidou said, as if he was thinking about something. He mumbled, "It's a pity that the king you're protecting is already dead. His remaining soul is now my slave." Bang! The ice crystals exploded and the 4 demonic souls disintegrated into countless ice shards. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The words just now contained too much information, and the troublemaker in front of them was not a troublemaker. Clang! Huidou clenched his fingers, and the ice sword flew into his hand, letting out a joyful cry. Sorrow flashed in Huidou's eyes as he said with a pained heart, "Yen Luo, my beloved wife will definitely bring you back to life." Yunxiao thought quickly and said in horror, "Feng Yaoli, you are the monarch of the snow country, Feng Yaoli." Huidou raised his head and looked down at Yunxiao with a pair of lightning-like eyes. A powerful divine sense locked onto Yunxiao as he said, "Who are you? You actually recognize this lord." The hearts of the 5 people shook violently. Yunxiao finally understood why the ice sword was unwilling to go with him. It turned out that its true master was here. "I understand," Feng Yaoli said. "You are the intruders of this era. The person who will bring back Huidou's remnant soul and Yen Luo for me. Speaking of which, this lord has to thank you all." "It's nothing," Yunxiao said hurriedly. "You're welcome. It's nothing. If you really want to thank me, why don't you give me the sword in your hand?" "Oh? You want it?" Feng Yaoli raised his sword, looked at it affectionately and said, "I can't do that. This sword means a lot to me. If you really like it, then follow this lord and conquer the world with this lord." A heroic aura shot out from his eyes. "Since you don't want to give it up," Yunxiao said in embarrassment, "forget it, sir. Just remember that you owe me a favor." I suddenly remembered that I still have very important things to do. "Goodbye, we'll meet again." He gave a look, and the other 4 people understood and hurriedly escaped. "Don't you dare leave. Go." Feng Yaoli shouted and slapped down. Suddenly, the sky cracked and the earth cracked. Countless ice crystals shot out from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain, turning into ice peaks that pierced into the sky. The 5 of them were immediately blocked. The extremely cold aura on the ice peak penetrated into their bones, and even their palms were cold. "Your Excellency has just woken up," Yunxiao said hurriedly. "I'm afraid you still have a lot of things to deal with. You don't have to keep us for tea." "Yes, yes," the evil spirit said hurriedly. "The tea doesn't taste good. It's bitter." His body had also fused back into one. "My country has snow tea," Feng Yaoli recited. "I haven't had it for many years. I really miss it." Huge snowflakes fell from the sky. His face was full of reminiscence as he stood proudly in the snow. Yuan Gaohan gave Yunxiao a look. Yunxiao shook his head. He understood what the other party meant, which was to ask Yifan to use Noah's ship as soon as possible. But at the moment, Yifan was still in seclusion, so he did not want to disturb him unless it was absolutely necessary. "It seems that I have to drink this tea even if I don't want to," Yuan Gaohan sighed. "I can feel that there's still a remnant of Huidou's soul in your body," Feng Yaoli said. "Give it to me, and I'll become the supreme body." Yunxiao was taken aback, and his right pupil constricted as he said, "You've already taken over Huidou's body. What's the use of that soul?" "It's fine to tell you," Feng Yaoli said. "I can't control the body of Calamity. I have to use its original soul to control it." Back then, Huidou's original soul was split into 3 parts. One was in my hand, one was sealed in the ice sword, and the last one was taken away by that person. Now that you have a 3rd soul fragment in your body, you must be that person's successor. "Who is that?" Yunxiao cried out in surprise. "Who is that?" Feng Yaoli frowned. "Oh? What? You don't know?" he asked. "Then where did the remnant soul in your body come from?" Yunxiao thought to himself. When the people of the Lu family told him the story of the snow country, there was another key figure, the man who could peer into the past and the future and really create the cold sword, Frost. Seeing that he was silent, Feng Yaoli said, "It doesn't matter whether you're that person's successor or not. The trajectory of fate is just as predicted in the past. The heavens have returned to the snow country, and this king has once again returned to the earth. No one in the world can stop me, and the choice of fate is at your feet. Those who follow me will follow me to rule the world. Those who defy me will use your blood as an offering to the divine sword in my hand." "You've slept for too long," Yunxiao said coldly. "Your brain is muddled. Isn't it?" "You!" Feng Yaoli was enraged. So, you've chosen to sacrifice your blood to my divine sword. The cold sword of ice drew a trajectory in the air and slashed down. Boom! The huge group of ice seals was directly shattered by this sword. The vast sword force swept across the world, and the entire snow country seemed to be split open by this sword. So strong! The few of them were all greatly shocked. This guy was definitely immortal level back then, without a doubt. It was just that he had just awakened and the world had changed greatly, so he couldn't unleash god-level power. This heaven and earth is in a disdainful mood. What are you doing in the Snow Nation? Feng Yaoli's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily. The sword slashed down again, and the huge sword energy shattered the vacuum. Under the terrifying sword force, the 5 of them were as small as ants. Boom! The entire ground was lifted up, and countless ice crystals shattered into pieces and shook the sky. Feng Yaoli's face was filled with shock as he said, "There are no rules of the 10 directions in this world. Where is the Snow Nation now?" Yunxiao and the others were even more horrified. Even without the rules of 10 directions, the sword could still have such a powerful force, and the power of the aftershock made everyone's blood and chi surge. "Since you don't obey this lord, then die." Feng Yaoli leaped up. This time, he did not attack with his sword, but stared at Yunxiao and slashed down, because Yunxiao had the 3rd piece of Huodo's soul fragment that he needed. The danger of death spread in his heart. If he took on this sword in his current state, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. He could only summon Che-Yu to fight. What a powerful force. Is this the power of the god realm? Che-Yu's expression was also serious. He formed a hand seal and the Shumi Anata was unleashed. The sky was filled with desolation. True dragon's sword dustless. Once the sword technique was used, the heaven and earth became clear, without self or form, without a speck of dust. What? Feng Yaoli's pupils constricted. "You have a saint weapon," he exclaimed. Even in the years of a deity realm expert, a saint artifact was an extremely rare item. Moreover, Che-Yu's true dragon sword had a profound sword essence that shocked him. Boom! The 2 sword chi collided with each other. One move was overbearing and powerful, while the other was ethereal and ethereal. A huge amount of stellar energy shot out and pressed towards Che-Yu. He was actually at a disadvantage. Damn it! Che-Yu gritted his teeth and took out the heaven and earth oblivion with his left hand, unleashing 1,000 autumn's peak, shattering the stellar energy. Then, in a flash, he appeared in front of Feng Yaoli and slashed down with his 2 swords. Bang! The 3 swords shook together, and the sword wind whirled, constantly slashing at the 2 people, shaking their scales and making them roll. The sound of collision was endless. A dragon demon? Feng Yaoli's eyes turned cold. His left hand conjured a spell. His index and ring finger pointed down at the same time, and the temperature of the entire space dropped to the extreme. Che-Yu was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Feng Yaoli sneered. He retracted his cold sword and slashed vertically. "What a joke. You want to freeze my true dragon celestial body with this little temperature." The ice crystals instantly shattered as Che-Yu blocked the attack with his swords. Bang! The ice sword clashed with the 2 swords again, and Che-Yu felt his arm go numb. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination, and his body was forced back 1,000 feet. "I've always heard that the demon clan's Huodo is very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. It's indeed very troublesome. Don't worry about your face anymore. Everyone, come out and beat him up." Yunxiao called out all the people who could still fight in the Divine Realm tablet, including the ministers, Beifeng Nan, Dark Thunder, and Sky Patrolling Bull. In the distance, Mu Jie was dumbfounded. She was shocked and said, "Saint artifact, you have a saint artifact." Chan Yuyu sneered and said, "Look at your country bumpkin appearance. Why are you in a daze? Why don't you join forces and attack together? Otherwise, you'll all die here." All of them surrounded Feng Yaoli at once. Suddenly, their momentum soared to the sky, overshadowing the demonic chi. "Let's attack together." Yunxiao sneered. "Even a real immortal state warrior will be defeated today." Feng Yaoli seemed to have realized the trouble as well. He stood there coldly with his sword in hand, not moving an inch. The evil spirit roared. This guy even tried to cut me with a sword just now. Everyone, go and cut him to death. Although he shouted fiercely, he did not dare to step forward. Everyone was also watching with rapt attention, ready to strike at any moment. Do you think you'll be able to do anything just because you have more people? Feng Yaoli sneered. His eyes flickered with golden and silver light, and a taiji diagram appeared in the air. It instantly expanded to several acres in size and pressed down. Not good, quickly leave. It's the innate divine ability of the Huodo clan, the Taiji Heaven Sealing Seal. Yun Xiao cried out in surprise. He had seen Shang use it several times. However, it was too late. As soon as the Tai Chi diagram appeared, the entire world was locked down. Everyone trembled and could no longer move. What? This innate divine ability, Xianxia, is too abnormal. Che Yu was extremely shocked. Even his true dragon force was having a hard time circulating. Every movement required hundreds to thousands of times more energy. The rest of the people's faces also changed greatly, and they suppressed everyone with one move. Don't panic, Yun Xiao said in a hurry. Once the Taiji Sky Sealing Seal is used, Huodo's origin energy will be sealed as well. Upon hearing this, the fear in his heart eased. Otherwise, he would be waiting to be slaughtered. Feng Yaoli's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, It seems that you've done some research on the Huodo clan, but unfortunately, you're wrong. This technique doesn't seal one's origin power, but rather, it consumes a huge amount of energy, making even a person with a Calamity Tower's body extremely weak after using it. What's the difference? Yun Xiao said coldly. Is there a difference? In an environment without reinforcements, wasn't using this move a very stupid move? When your energy is depleted and you can't support your divine ability anymore, that's when we'll make our move. Haha, attack? The biggest joke ever. Feng Yaoli laughed wildly. He clenched the sword in his hand, and a wave of sword energy spread out. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and Yuan Gaohan exclaimed, Why are you so cowardly? Although my body is a disaster, Feng Yaoli said coldly, using the sky sealing stamp is only activating the power of this body, not my true power. The ice and frost on the cold sword were constantly stimulated in his hand, and the cold light and sword chi turned into sword energy that spun in the air. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Under such circumstances, being struck by the sword essence was certain death. Proud sword art! Die! Feng Yaoli shouted, and the ice sword slashed down. The huge sword energy swept across the sky, heading straight for the crowd. Everyone's heart sank, and the danger of death shrouded everyone's heart. It wasn't easy for me to be free, but I haven't even had a few moments of freedom before I'm going to die in this strange place. Che Yu said bitterly. Don't be so dejected, Yun Xiao scolded. He's not dead yet. What? Everyone's heart trembled as they hurriedly looked over. A burly figure appeared in front of Feng Yaoli and grabbed the ice sword with his hand. The sword energy was destroyed. Bang! The sword chi spun in the man's hand and kept slashing in front of him, leaving countless marks, but it couldn't kill him. My lord! Beimang Nan was shocked. Yuan Gaohan was also shocked for a moment, but then he excitedly said, It's that lord! Apart from Che Yu, no one else knew the identity of Lingmu Di. They could not help but be shocked. How many experts were hidden in Yun Xiao's saint artifact? Who are you? Feng Yaoli was shocked. His gold and silver pupils contracted, and he shouted, Divine steel body! Feng Yaoli, the monarch of the snow country, Lingmu Di said indifferently. I've heard of your name before. This divine sword, Ice Frost, was born in your hands, but it later flowed into the hands of a good friend of mine. It played a significant role in the Demon Sealing War and was one of the Demon Sealing divine items. I don't know what you mean, Feng Yaoli said angrily, but under the Tai Chi Heaven Sealing Seal, everything in the 3 realms and 5 elements is sealed. How can you still move? Sealing everything is only relative, said Lingmu Di. There are too many things that can't be sealed. Moreover, your heaven sealing mark has yet to unleash its full power. so it's reasonable that it can't seal me. Shut up, Feng Yaoli said angrily. Even the true dragon celestial body has been sealed by me. Who do you think you are? He struck out with his palm, and boundless cold air condensed. Lingmu Di loosened his fingers and let the sword go. He also turned his hand to meet the sword. Bang! The cold air was shattered by Lingmu Di's palm, but half of his body was frozen, covered with a thin layer of frost. Feng Yaoli instantly appeared behind him and slashed his sword at his neck. Bang! With a loud vibrating sound, the ice sword cut half an inch into Lingmu Di's neck. Lingmu Di didn't seem to have much of a reaction. He shook his body and shattered the layer of ice. Then he touched his neck with his right hand. The crack quickly recovered, and the cold sword's frosty blade was embedded in his neck. You're so silly. Feng Yaoli's eyes widened, and he was speechless. Yunxiao was overjoyed. The body of the calabash little King Kong had been fused with the memory origin gold, so it could recover itself in a very short time. Moreover, although Feng Yaoli could still move freely under the influence of the Taiji Sky Sealing Seal, his strength had obviously been greatly reduced. Otherwise, with his previous overbearing sword momentum, the gored little King Kong would not even be able to withstand one strike, let alone his head and neck. Lingmu Di remained calm and unhurried. After embedding the frosty blade of the cold sword into his neck, he made a hand seal with both hands, and a small white flower condensed in his palm. It was as white as snow, but it was almost transparent, as if its existence could not be felt. Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Go, he mumbled, then formed a seal on both sides of the white flower and slapped it toward Feng Yaoli. Feng Yaoli's eyelids twitched, and he sensed danger. The harmless little flower looked ordinary, but it made him more alert. His left hand kept making hand seals, and all kinds of ice runes appeared in the air. Then he slapped the flower. The world was so quiet that there was almost no sound, only light shining in front of everyone's eyes. The white sparks and the blue ice crystals were like fireworks when the two colors of light were embedded together. The terrifying light dispersed, and everyone was shocked. Then they heard an earth-shaking sound. The entire snow country trembled, the snow melted, and the sky collapsed. What? You can actually withstand my palm? Feng Yaoli was shocked and furious. The blue light continued to press down, attacking the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Its power was stronger than the other parties, but the elemental power was on par with it, and it was even slightly inferior. However, he didn't know that Mu Lingdi was even more shocked. His calm and composed face was now full of shock. The opponent's azure palm could actually suppress the Ice Fiend Heart Flame. Apart from Yunxiao and Beifeng Nan, the others did not show much expression, because they did not know what the Ice Fiend Heart Flame was. Yunxiao was also shocked as he cried out, "How is this possible? What is this power?" Feng Yaoli's Zhan Yuan was an extremely cold qi, similar to the Beiming family's, but different. He was purely cold, extremely cold, while the Beiming family's cold was filled with yin, and they even used the power of extreme yin as their main force. Those who were hit by him would have endless trouble, and most of their cultivation bodies would be destroyed. Back then, Xiao Qingwang had been struck by a little of this cold energy, and he had been crippled for several years. In other words, Feng Yaoli's true core strength was even more honorable. The gored little King Kong's green bean-like eyes stared at the blue qi and suddenly shrank. It seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, "This is the true primordial secret art." Feng Yaoli's body trembled as he shouted in shock, "Who are you?" He pulled his arm back violently, making an ear-piercing sound. The ice sword was pulled out of the neck of the gored little King Kong, and it was again aimed at the Lingmu Di's forehead. There had never been an immortal body in this world. Even a first-rate holy physique had its own death acupuncture point. Feng Yaoli could not find the other party's death acupuncture point at the moment, so he could only randomly cut it into 7 or 8 pieces. Yunxiao was also shocked, and his pupils constricted. The blue aura was boundless and majestic. It was one of the 4 great divine arts, the true primordial art. Lingmu Di suddenly retracted his hand and retreated. At the same time, his hands kept making hand seals in front of him. Around his hand seals, a vacuum was formed. A violent power poured out. He suddenly raised his hands and slapped them above his head. Boom! A hurricane rose from the ground and rushed into the boundless sky, shattering everything in its path. Feng Yaoli's sword cut into the vacuum and landed on the head of the Lingmu flute, splitting the entire head in half, but it was useless. Lingmu Di raised his leg and kicked at the other's eyeball. Humph! Feng Yaoli groaned. His fingers turned into claws and fell down. With a bang, he hit the calabash little King Kong's calf, and the whole leg was frozen in an instant. Boom! A huge tremor suddenly came from the sky. The blow from the Mu Lingdi had caused the heaven-sealing stamp to tremble continuously, and a Taiji diagram was drifting in the sky. Feng Yaoli grunted. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were in a mess, and he was seriously lacking in follow-up. However, he still couldn't figure out the opponent's weak point, so he couldn't kill the opponent in a short time. Yunxiao and the others were also constantly resisting the power of the seal, and the whole space suddenly began to drift. Humph! I'll let you all off this time. Feng Yaoli's eyes were cold, as if he was extremely unwilling, but also helpless. He raised his cold sword, Ice Frost, and a circle of sword realms spread out, covering the entire snow country. Everyone could feel the magnificent power. This power! Yunxiao cried out in shock. This power is so strong. Feng Yaoli looked at him coldly and said, For countless years, Heaven's will has returned to the snow country, and you are the one who brought Heaven's will to this lord. I'll leave that wisp of Huado's remnant soul in your body, and I'll come and take it back in the future. Everyone felt as if the space was being torn apart, and their bodies were pushed out by an irresistible force. The scenery of the entire world changed. The white sky turned dark, and a long river flowed down below. Deep abyss water path. Everyone was taken aback. They were actually swept out of the snow country by that force. We've been chased out, Wuxia said, stunned. Feng Yaoli is too powerful, Yuan Gaohan said. He was a real immortal state warrior back then. Even if he's at the god realm, if he doesn't comprehend the 10 rules of order for a long time, his strength will gradually decline. The next time we meet, it's unlikely that he'll be able to maintain his current strength, said Baiming Nan indifferently. Due to the presence of Lingmu flute, Yuan Gaohan appeared a little ill at ease. He cupped his fists and said, What does my lord think? The body of the gourd little King Kong had basically recovered. This person isn't simple. When I was in charge of the North region, I also heard about the matters of the snow country, but I didn't expect the true primordial secret to be in his hands. Everyone trembled and looked at the Lingmu flute in horror. Control the North region? Everyone's mind went blank for a moment, unable to react to these 4 words. They couldn't imagine what kind of situation it was, so most of them revealed a suspicious look. Baiming Nan's brows were also slightly furrowed. He didn't know what the true primordial tactics were. My lord, is the true primordial secret art really that powerful? Asked Baiming Nan. It can actually resist the ice fiend heart flame. Lingmu Di nodded and said, If it's the complete power of the true primordial tactic, it'll be enough to compete with the Devil Lord's ice fiend heart flame. It won't be like this toy-like flower in my hand. I don't know if it's because he hasn't had enough power after sleeping for too long, or if he hasn't fully mastered the true primordial tactics. Baiming Nan was shocked. He can actually resist the demon master. Why have I never heard of such a divine art? The other people's expressions also changed slightly. They more or less smelled something. Yunxiao knew the origin of these 4 divine arts, so he did not find it strange. Lingmu Di's face was filled with reverence as he looked up at Yunxiao, as if he was speaking to him specifically. Back then, the 2 lords, Realm King and Yenshin, cultivated the Great Realm Divine Technique and Great Expansion Divine Technique respectively. This true primordial technique is not any weaker than these 2 divine techniques. Yunxiao's heart trembled. It was the first time he had heard the names of Realm King and Yenshin. Baiming Nan's expression changed drastically. He was shocked beyond words. Since that true art is so powerful, why don't we go back to the snow country and take it back? Cheyu said. Good, good. Let's go back and take Huido's body. The evil spirit also had a fierce look. I don't think we should take any more risks, Wuxia said. After all, we've already achieved the goal of this trip. The true primordial tactics is just a reflection of the moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. He didn't want to take any more risks because he knew that even if he got the manual, he wouldn't get a share. It had nothing to do with him. Li Yunxiao, Ling Mudi said. What do you think? What do you think our chances of winning are if we go in again, my lord? Yunxiao asked. Even if Feng Yaoli can perform the Taiji sky sealing seal again, it won't last long, said Ling Mudi. The chances of winning are 50-50. Yunxiao sighed and said, well, I want to go in again, too. Although the true primordial tactic was beautiful, it was like the moon in the water or the flower in the mirror, just as Elder Hao had said. I'm really reluctant to part with my ice sword. It's accompanied me for so long, and I'm really reluctant to lose it. However, did you all realize that the power that tore us out was the purest form of world power? Realm power. Everyone was stunned for a moment and began to carefully recollect the experience. There were strong and weak realm powers, big and small. The strongest realm power was naturally the realm power of the heavenly martial realm, which was the origin of all rules. The Snow Nation's realm power? Ling Mudi asked. Yunxiao nodded and said, yes. The reason why I couldn't become a saint artifact when I refined the star-severing sword was because I lacked this pure power of the world. I could only use the power of the sword world to replace it, which was why it was nondescript and fell to the bottom. The quality of the frost blade is not below that of my star slasher. Even though it is rumored that this sword was forged by another person, it is most likely related to Feng Yaoli. What? Ling Mudi's expression changed slightly. According to what you said, Feng Yaoli only needs to guide the world power of the snow country into the ice and frost of the cold sword, and it can be upgraded to the level of a holy weapon? Yuan Gaohan was also shocked. As a peak-tier 9th-tier alchemist, he had also reached the peak of perfection in theory, so he immediately understood the key. What I'm afraid of is that the extraditor has already been completed, Yunxiao said. I'm afraid that it's too late. What do you mean? Cheyu frowned. I understand what you mean, Ling Mudi muttered. Now that I think about the last force of the realm, it was indeed so. That was the pure Snow Nation's boundary power. Feng Yaoli had just awakened, so it was impossible for him to draw out the Snow Nation's boundary power so quickly. In that case, it can only be that this was done back then, and the key lies within the frost of the cold sword. If this goes on, then the snow country is actually the space within the frost of the cold sword. Everyone was confused. The alchemists were even more shocked. What exactly happened back then? Yunxiao asked in a serious voice. That clairvoyant and Feng Yaoli actually refined the entire kingdom into a cold sword of ice. Although it's extremely cruel and incredible, it's really amazing. Cruel? How is it cruel? Cheyu was stunned. He did not understand. Although I don't understand this kind of refining method, the people in the snow country will definitely die, Yuan Gaohan said as he glanced at him. Only then did everyone's expression change, understanding the cruelty of this. What? Chun Yuyu exclaimed. He's treating the lives of his own people like grass and ants and refining them directly? I'm afraid Feng Yaoli is the only one who knows what happened back then, Yunxiao said. It's not convenient for us to speculate. However, I'm very confident that when he wakes up this time, he'll definitely guide the entire snow country into the cold sword's frost and improve the quality of the sword to that of a saint weapon. If he can really control the power of the snow world with his frost sword, Ling Mudi said, then we won't have a 50% chance of winning if we go in again. After all, in one's own space, one would be the master of a world. Everyone turned to look at Yunxiao. He was the only one who had a saint artifact, and he was the only one who understood the feeling of control. That's what I'm worried about, Yunxiao said. I'm not sure. It was likely that he was the master of the space back then, but it was unknown why the extraditor of the space had stopped, and he had seized the body of the catastrophe and had been sleeping until now. In addition to the true primordial tactics, the next time we meet, this person's strength will definitely be on a higher level. That means we can never get the sword back? Cheyu frowned. Not necessarily, Xianxia said. There are many experts in the world, and I'm not a pushover. It's just that I don't want to take the risk when I'm not confident. The friends around him were all his companions who had saved his life many times during critical moments. He didn't want everyone to risk their lives. Even if they could defeat Feng Yaoli, they would have a slim chance of survival. Someone would definitely die. Then what are you going to use in the future if you lose your sword? The Star Destroyer. Don't you have 2 good swords? Just give me one. Get lost. Yu raged. Since we've decided to retreat, let's leave, said Lingmu Di. This man is quite ambitious. I'm sure we'll meet again on the heavenly martial continent. Let's go back to my divine realm tablet, Xianxia said. Everyone disappeared in a flash, allowing the realm power to pull them in. Only Mu Jie's face twitched, and she stood still. Soon only the 2 of them were left. Xianxia smiled and said, Lord Mu Jie, I'll have to trouble you to send me out. This is what I should do. Mu Jie took out the heartless bell. Dang! Dang! The bell rang on the deep water path, and the 2 figures quickly disappeared from the river. A moment later, they appeared in the sky above the North Sea. Xianxia scanned the area with his divine sense and found that it was not the sea area of the deep abyssal track. But it was not strange that there would be deviations in spatial teleportation. Sir Mu Jie, it has been a pleasure working with you this time. I hope that the next time we meet, we will still be friends and not enemies. Mu Jie looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression and said, I hope young Master Yun can seriously consider my proposal. With young Master Yun's talent and strength, coupled with the MU family's power, you'll definitely be a powerhouse whose name will shake the world in the future. Xianxia smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I like this Li surname very much. You don't have to change it. See you later. He was too lazy to talk to the other party and turned to leave. Wait, Mu Jie hurriedly said. There's no need to change your name. If young Master Yun can help us this time, we'll definitely reward you handsomely. Don't go. Young Master Yun, have you ever heard of the world of eternal life? Xianxia had already fled 1,000 feet away when he finally stopped. He turned around and said, What does the eternal world have to do with you? When Mu Jie saw that he had stopped, she hurriedly ran over and said, It seems that young Master Yun has indeed heard of it. As long as you can help our Mu clan win first place in this martial arts competition, I can guarantee that I'll get you a place to enter the secret realm, Langya Heaven. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia took out the natural moat token and said, You mean this? This by an... Mu Jie's eyes popped out and she said in a daze, How did you get it? You don't need to know about that, Xianxia said as he put away the iron plate. I wonder how much you know about the world of eternal life, Lord Qi. Mu Jie could not come back to his senses for a long time. He found that Xianxia's ability had long exceeded his imagination. It's said that the world of eternal life is the biggest secret of the Langya fairyland and the only way to become a god in the world. It's just that there's no fixed time for it to open, and it hasn't been opened for over 1,000 years. Don't even think about becoming a god. Even if it opens once every 1,000 years, if one can really become a god, the legend of the god realm wouldn't have disappeared in this world. However, I'm sure there are good things in the eternal life realm. That's right. If young Master Yun is willing to help us this time, our Mu family will definitely take great care of you when you enter the eternal world. Do I need you to take care of me? Oh, this... Mu Jie was also taken aback. With the strength Xianxia had shown this time, and with so many experts in the holy artifact, he indeed did not need their care. Young Master Yun, do you lack a sword? Oh? Could it be that your Mu clan is hiding some peerless sword? You should know that I don't care about ordinary things. The sword I'm talking about is no ordinary item. In terms of its origin, I'm afraid only saint artifacts can compare to it. Xianxia's interest was piqued, and he quickly said, Oh, what sword is it? The true dragon's sword. Mu Jie said word by word. A wisp of Che-Yu's consciousness exploded in Xianxia's mind as he shouted, What? He had the true dragon's sword? Quickly agree to him. Agree to whatever conditions he has. Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then he asked curiously, I've also heard of the true dragon sword. Does your Mu family have it? No, Yu replied. Xiao's face darkened as he said, You're playing with me? Although our Mu family doesn't have it, we know where to find it, Jie hurriedly said. Xiao stared at him coldly and mocked. You want to trick me into working for you with just some inexplicable and uncertain news? How can you say that I'm not confident? I'm very confident, Jie said. Xiao snorted coldly and said, Do you think I'm an idiot? If you had the confidence, why wouldn't your Mu clan go and get it? Could it be that the Mu family is a living Lei Feng? The True Dragon Sword is hidden in the secret treasure left behind by Lord True Dragon, and the outcome of this martial arts competition will determine the opening of this ancient secret treasure, Jie hurriedly explained. An ancient secret treasure. Xiao was taken aback, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. Wan Yiqian also claimed to have a secret treasure. After all, on Thousand Leaves Island, this secret treasure couldn't be the same as Wan Yiqian's, right? Could this ancient treasure have come from Thousand Leaves Island? He asked. How do you know about this? Jie was stunned. Xiao was rendered speechless, and he suddenly felt that it would be a tragedy. He had been counting on the secret treasure he had hidden with great difficulty to get back to the Merchant Union, but it had been sold out by the people of Thousand Leaves Island and used as capital for the martial arts competition. Since young Master Yun also knows about the ancient treasure trove, it'll be easy, Jie said. I can promise on behalf of the chief that the Mu family will definitely take the true dragon sword and present it to young Master Yun. I don't know much about the ancient secret treasure, Xiao said. Tell me in detail about it and the martial arts. All right, Jie said. Martial arts competitions weren't very important. They were just a way for the hidden families to get to know each other, increase their prestige, and understand the situation of other sections. They could be considered a more important form of communication, but they were just communication and didn't have much of a relationship of interest. But it's different this time. It's directly related to two major matters, the quota to enter the heaven of Langia and the distribution of the ancient treasure trove. The way to open Langia heaven has always been in the hands of the natural moat cliff, Xiao said curiously. But you reclusive families don't seem to be interested in it. I've never seen anyone enter it. Resentment flashed in Jie's eyes as she snorted. That's because the natural moat ocean has never allowed us to enter. Oh, why? I don't know. The resentment on Jie's face remained for a moment before it slowly subsided, as if she had a deep resentment. Xiao's curiosity was piqued, and he did not know why the man was doing this. But you're allowed to enter this time? That's right, Jie nodded, because the opening of the Eternal World was a major event. If you don't, I'm afraid that the entire hidden family will be in chaos. How are the spots distributed? Xiao asked. First of all, each sect will have at least one quota. Next, it will be distributed according to the martial arts ranking. If you get first place, you'll get 30 quotas as a reward. Jie hesitated for a moment. 30? What? Xiao was taken aback. That's a big reward, he said. More than 30? Jie snorted. In terms of strength, there are far more than 30 people in my Mu clan who are qualified to enter. It's impossible for one faction to have 30 spots on the heavenly martial continent, Xiao said. 3 is the limit, and it will cause a storm of blood. If the outside world knows that your sect has 30 spots, Jie's face was full of pride as she said nonchalantly, So what if you know? Who would dare to snatch it? Even if my Mu family's doors were open, no one would dare to come. Xiao waved his hand weakly and said, Let's not talk about the Mu clan's strength. Let's get to the point. What's with the ancient treasure trove? How should we distribute it? Jie said, We didn't know about the hidden treasure before. It was told by the Earth Alliance. Xianxia Island admitted that there was indeed a copy of the hidden treasure left by the True Dragon. That's why it caused a sensation. They asked Xianxia Island to take out the hidden treasure and give it to everyone who sees it. Earth Realm. Xiao frowned and said, According to your speculations, It is very likely that Ao Changkong is the Earth Master. As for Ao Changkong and Wan Yiqian, he's the best. He knew the origin of Ao Changkong's heavenly tyrant body tempering technique, so it was very likely that Ao Changkong was the Earthling. This was because very few people knew that the secret treasure was on Thousand Leaves Island. It was likely that Ao Changkong had been peeking at Wan Yiqian's secret treasure ever since he had obtained the tyrant body tempering technique. Perhaps he had only recently discovered the location of the secret treasure. But with Ao Changkong's ability, why didn't he go and take it himself? Why did he announce it and let all the hidden aristocratic families put pressure on Thousand Leaves Island? Could it be that he was also afraid of the power of Thousand Leaves Island? A series of question marks appeared in his mind. Mu Jie was stunned. What if? What if it's 1,000? I'm fine. Yun Xiao shook his head. And then, after the news of the secret treasure of the True Dragon spread, not only the Earth Alliance, but even the Heaven Alliance has started to put pressure on the Thousand Leaves Island, Mu Jie said. At this point, the Thousand Leaves Island has no choice but to take out the secret treasure. Thousand Leaves Island hasn't opened it for many years, so we can use the Tiandi Alliance's power to open it. Yun Xiao thought to himself, if Qian goes to Thousand Leaves Island at this time, she'll be walking right into a trap. It hasn't opened yet, and you're already thinking about how to split it? He said. This is also the best way to avoid large-scale chaos, Mu Jie said. The reclusive families are still very harmonious. Yun Xiao laughed and said, yes, they are very harmonious. You offended the Corpse Fiend sect, so they only killed 2 of your elders. They wouldn't go so far as to send a whole faction to attack the Mu family. Mu Jie's face twitched, and her anger could be seen. She snorted. Corpse Fiend sect must have the guts to do that. A violent, murderous aura rose and fell from his body, and there was no sign of harmony at all. Yun Xiao laughed a few times before he returned to the topic. Even if it's a secret treasure left behind by the True Dragon, how do you know that the True Dragon sword is inside? From what I know, there's more than one True Dragon sword. Young Master Yun, you really know everything, Mu Jie praised. The True Dragon sword had indeed been split apart. The one inside the secret treasure was only a fragment, but it was still a complete divine sword. Thousand Leaves Island has an appendix hidden in the secret treasure, which was forced by the Tiandi Alliance to announce. The number of treasures hidden here is uncountable, and the True Dragon's world sword fragment is one of the most precious treasures. Yun Xiao thought to himself, if Qian Qian is unlucky this time and the secret treasure is divided up by the hidden sects, it will be almost impossible for Dong Mountain to rise again. What other treasures? He asked. As long as young Master Yun agrees to win the first place for the Mu family's martial arts competition, I'll give you the appendix, Mu Jie said with a chuckle. There are 2 problems, Yun Xiao said indifferently. First, I will never change my surname to Mu. Second, even if I agree, I can only do my best. Who dares to say that I can get first place? Haha, young Master Yun is too humble. As long as you do your best, you will definitely be number 1. Mu Jie recalled the sword strike he used to split the Sea Devil monkey. Even Jing Qi was shocked by it. That kind of power was something that even the fiendish god corpse puppet couldn't withstand. As for the matter of changing surnames, it's not a mandatory requirement. You can randomly pick the most beautiful woman in my Mu family and marry her. She'll be my Mu family's son-in-law, and participating in the competition will be a piece of cake. Yun Xiao was taken aback. How can I do that? He said hurriedly, I'll just be harming others. Haha. Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? The women of the Mu family are not like those ordinary women on the heavenly martial continent. You'll naturally understand the benefits after you marry him. At that time, if he really didn't like her, he could just divorce her or even kill her. The key is to deal with the issue of the identity of the participant. Mu Jie said casually. In the Mu family, a woman's fate was arranged by her parents. However, the elders could control the fate of any family at will. In his opinion, this was not the same thing at all. I'd better think of another way, Yun Xiao said with a frown. I can't do such an immoral thing. Mu Jie was taken aback as she looked at Xiao in surprise. How did something that seemed so simple and indifferent to him become immoral? If any woman has the fortune to be chosen by young Master Yun, he explained, it would be a great contribution to the family. It would also be her fortune and honor. Don't mention this again, Xiao said. I won't agree to it. Please think of another way. That's troublesome. Marriage and the bestowment of a surname are the two simplest ways. Mu Jie was put in a difficult position. But don't worry, young Master Yun. There's always a way. As long as you agree, everything will be easy to solve. All right. Xiao nodded and said, I agree. However, other than the true dragon sword, I'm going to choose another item. What? Mu Jie's face darkened and became extremely unsightly. She said, Young Master Yun, please don't be too greedy. If you lose two supreme treasures, the benefits of being first in the martial arts competition will basically be gone, and there won't be much point in me inviting you to join us. Besides, with the strength of my Mu family's disciples, it's not impossible for us to get first place. Xiao smiled. He knew that it was impossible for the Mu family to win the first place, or they would not have tried so hard to win him over. But he did not point it out, and just chuckled. I don't care about that. Other than the true dragon sword, you have to let me choose any one of them. Otherwise, I won't do it. Young Master Yun, you're too greedy. Mu Jie was furious. Even if we win first place, our Mu clan will only have the best choice. The first item must be the true dragon sword. When the second item was chosen after the first round, the quality would already be extremely low, and you would have to take two items at once. In other words, our Mu clan will have to start from the third round. If that's the case, then what's the point of being first in the martial arts competition? It does make sense. Xiao thought for a moment and said, although the secret treasure of the true dragon is rich, there are many hidden sects. There aren't many good items after going through so many of them. Mu Jie scoffed. Let me see the appendix of the secret manual first, Xiao said. Mu Jie pondered for a moment before casually throwing out a jade slip. After taking it, Xiao put it on his forehead and read it carefully, scanning it with his divine sense. Divine fire mirror, shaped like a bronze mirror, able to spew true phoenix fire, forged from pure gung metal, forged from heavenly phoenix fire. Hidden dragon talisman, made from the horn of a single dragon in the earthly sea. It can avoid the power of the five elements and disperse the supreme dragon's might. Heavenly spirit leaf, shaped like a leaf, a treasure for invisibility. Only one leaf remains. Ice silkworm, formed by the Yin ice chi in the wind cave, shaped like a jade silkworm. After reading through them one by one, Xiao could not help but gasp. Of the 1773 treasures recorded in the appendix, more than 30 of them were supreme treasures, all of which made him drool. Yu's trembling voice could be heard. True dragon sword, demonic dragon armor, dragon crystal, hidden dragon talisman, universe light plate, void technique wheel of death. He called out a large number of names in succession, unable to contain his excitement. Quickly agree to him. We'll agree to all of his conditions. When we reach the land of the secret treasure, it won't be up to them anymore. We'll take everything. What's the matter? Are you so tempted that you can't control yourself? Muyu chuckled. He seemed to have expected Xiao's expression. No matter who read the list, they would have the same expression. Xiao breathed out heavily and suppressed the greed in his heart. Many of the supreme treasures inside were probably no longer there. For example, the red dragon staff and the cosmic light plate were all in Wan Yichin's hands, but they were also recorded in the appendix. He had also seen some of them in the 10,000 Treasures Tower. However, one thing was certain, and that was if it really was a treasure. No wonder Myriad Treasure Store could become the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent and had not declined for a long time. All right, I agree to participate in the martial competition, Xiao said without hesitation. The other treasures were fine, but the true dragon sword and the large dragon crystal were items that he had to get. If you could gather 4 swords of the world, with the help of a large number of dragon crystals, he could become an existence that was infinitely close to a true dragon. As for reaching the level of a true dragon, it was almost impossible. This was not due to the rules of heaven and earth. Instead, it was because true dragons were born from the essence of heaven and earth and were the most powerful living beings. One could even say that they were condensed from the power of the world. Unless Che Yu's body and bloodline were cultivated to a level that surpassed true dragons, that was basically impossible. Che Yu's excited voice could be heard again. The location of the secret treasure is very likely to be the core space of the true dragon realm. Just the power of the dragon realm alone is a supreme treasure that surpasses everything else. He was so excited that he cried out, "After I refine this core dragon realm and the third world sword, I'll kill Feng Yaoli for you and take back the cold sword, Ice Frost." "Don't be so optimistic," Xianxia said with a voice transmission. "These reclusive families are not to be trifled with. No one will agree if you want to monopolize all the treasures." Che Yu also calmed down. Yes. Fortunately, they only took a fancy to the treasures in the space and ignored the space itself. I must get this core dragon realm. The world sword and the dragon crystal are secondary. Even if we can't get them this time, we just have to remember who has them. With such a precious treasure in front of him, Xianxia knew that he was going to get it at all costs. Wuxia was overjoyed. "Haha! I knew young Master Yun would agree. I'll make the arrangements for your identity. Young Master Yun, you just have to cultivate quietly and wait for the battle. However, with young Master Yun's strength, it doesn't matter much whether you cultivate it or not. Haha! When will the martial duel begin?" Xianxia asked. "It'll be in 7 days. Young Master Yun, please come to the MU family so that we can go to the martial arts competition ground together," Wuxia said. Xianxia nodded, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, don't tell me you're still coveting the divine armor and saint weapons on me? I didn't know about young Master Yun's background before," Wuxia said with a wry smile. "So I was naturally envious when I saw the divine phoenix. Even if the MU clan were to use all their strength to snatch it, they would definitely suffer heavy losses and their vitality would be greatly damaged." "That's good," Xianxia said. "That's good. If I discover that something is wrong, don't blame me for leaving with a flick of my sleeves and even starting a massacre." The ice-cold killing intent was faintly discernible, yet it caused Wuxia's body to turn slightly cold. She hurriedly said, "No, I definitely won't." Following that, Wuxia led the way, and the two of them quickly disappeared into the sea. Several hours later, somewhere in the ocean, through the endless fog, the two appeared in the sky above a huge island. Xianxia was surprised. The magical nature of the four seas was far beyond that of the continent. These reclusive families were all better at choosing places. They had just passed through an endless fog that could confuse one's mind. There was also a large amount of pink crystal dust within it. Wuxia had actually used the spatial power of the pink crystal dust to shuttle through it many times before she could see the island space. "Hee. What do you think of this island, young Master Yun?" Wuxia said with a smug smile as she stroked her beard. The island was thousands of acres wide and magnificent. It was shrouded in a mist formed by spiritual qi, like a fairy. "It's truly remarkable. It's fortunate that you were able to find such a spiritual mountain and treasured land." He even said that the resources of the four seas have withered and that he wants to occupy the heavenly martial continent. He's simply shameless. Xianxia's praise and criticism made Wuxia feel embarrassed. Let's not talk about dominating the world. Young Master Yun, what do you think of my Mu family's Heavenspan Island compared to the Corpse Fiend Sect's unmoving forest? Heavenspan Island? This name was a little too arrogant. In terms of dominance and momentum, it was far above the motionless forest. However, the forest of motionless ashes was refined from the corpse of a giant tortoise, so it's far more wondrous than your island. "Humph, magical my ass." Wuxia's face was full of disdain as she laughed. "I just found a big turtle to settle down. My Mu clan's Heavenspan Island is a genuine man-made island. It was built bit by the countless ancestors of my Mu clan." Xianxia was stunned as he looked down at the island in horror. Is this a man-made island? Mu Jie looked at his shocked expression and felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. I'm afraid this is the only one in the world. Yunxiao was indeed surprised. He had seen such a large-scale construction-type profound-level weapon, such as the giant city brought by Luo Tian during the war in the East Sea. However, although the city was grand, it had a simple structure and few functions. Could only be used as a temporary residence. The interior of this heavenspan island was clearly divided and arranged in an orderly manner. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes. No wonder it looked so beautiful. It was actually a work of craftsmanship. The Mu family is indeed not bad. Yunxiao praised from the bottom of his heart. Apart from the Mu family, who were extremely proud in terms of puppetry and strength, they were indeed comparable to the 7 superpowers. Other than the fog defense we've just passed through, the defense of Heavenspan Island is also unparalleled in the world, so the Mu family doesn't need guards outside at all. Follow me, Mu Jie said proudly. He was the first to fly down, and at the same time he threw down a token-like object. The piece of metal tumbled in the air and fell, shooting out circles of colorful light. Suddenly, a vacuum passage leading to the island was formed. The 2 sides of the passage were filled with colorful rainbows, which were extremely beautiful. The 2 of them followed the tunnel to the bottom. In an instant, 10 people appeared beside them, staring at them vigilantly. Only when they saw Mu Jie's appearance did the 10 of them bow respectfully. The captain in the lead bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Hao. Did you see Elder Yitong and Elder Iluan return?" Mu Jie asked. "The 2 elders have returned a few days ago," the captain quickly replied. He raised his head and looked at Yunxiao suspiciously. "This is an honored guest that I've invited," Mu Jie said. "Prepare a heaven-grade guest room immediately. I'll go see Lord Clan Leader first." The captain was taken aback. He looked at Yunxiao in disbelief and said, Sky level specifications? What? Are you questioning my orders?" Mu Jie's face darkened. "I don't dare. I'll do it right away." The captain quickly lowered his head. He hurriedly gave some instructions to the guards beside him and then left in a hurry. Mu Jie smiled as she led the way. "Young Master Yun, this way please. I'll take you to see the chief now." The guards beside him were greatly shocked. They had never seen Mu Jie so polite before. Who was this young man? Could he be the leader of the 2 holy lands of the heavenly martial continent? From their point of view, even the leaders of the 2 holy lands were not worthy of such hospitality from the Mu family elder. As for the heaven-class treatment, they had only seen Nanxiu Yu in the sky mode ocean enjoy it. Yunxiao strolled along with Mu Jie. As if to show off the structure and magnificence of Heavenspan Island, Mu Jie deliberately took him on a long detour and walked almost through the entire island before they walked to a magnificent white palace. Now, the whole island knew that an important guest had come, and everyone was shocked. They had never seen a guest who could make Elder Mu Jie accompany them in person in their lives, so they could not help guessing Yunxiao's identity. 1,000 feet in front of the White Hall, Mu Jie stopped and said, "Young Master Yun, please stop. I'll inform the chief first." He took out a jade card, cast a few incantation seals, and threw it out. The jade token flew into the palace in a straight line and flashed with a blue light. Soon after, the jade token flew out again and landed in Mu Jie's hand. "Lord Clan Leader has long known of our arrival and is currently waiting for us in the hall," Mu Jie said joyfully after scanning the area with her divine sense. Yunxiao was also very curious about what kind of existence the head of the Mu family would be. He was most likely a divine transcendence expert, or even a late-stage expert. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to suppress Jingqi and the fiend corpse puppet of the corpse fiend sect. The roads were all paved with white jade, making them look extremely holy. The 2 of them quickly entered the hall. A man in a black and gold brocade robe was sitting peacefully in the upper part of the hall. As soon as he saw the 2 of them enter, his eyes flashed like lightning. Yunxiao's heart trembled as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, and his raised foot stopped in the air. That gaze was extremely penetrating, almost as if it could see through him inside and out. He was greatly shocked. Could it be that the Mu family head had also cultivated the wondrous spirit eyes? However, Wuxia had destroyed her own eyes in order to cultivate this divine ability. Could it be that the Mu clan's head also had a pair of fake eyes? He stepped down with his right foot and raised his head, following the gaze without the slightest bit of satisfaction. The slight tremble in his heart also dissipated as he secretly circulated the great expansion divine technique. His eyes were like stars as he looked directly at the Mu clan's head. Only then did he see the face of the Mu family's master clearly. He looked like he was only 40 years old, but he exuded an air of authority without being angry. The aura of a person who had been in a position of power for a long time was endless. Wuxia hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Chief. I've brought Li Yunxiao here." The head of the Mu family stared at Yunxiao for a while, his face expressionless, and then he said, "I heard that you have a divine phoenix and a holy weapon." Yunxiao's face flickered, and he immediately became alert, his eyes cold. The head of the Mu family raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, Wuxia has already promised you. The Mu family will no longer covet the treasures on you. This is naturally effective. I'm just very curious." "I hope so," Yunxiao said coldly. "Otherwise we will lose face." Wuxia's face was a little pale, and she was nervous. She was afraid that the two of them would have a conflict, so she quickly said, "The Mu family's words carry enormous weight. Young Master Yun, you can rest assured." The master of the Mu family asked, "Young Master Yun, can you let me take a look at these two items? I won't covet it. It's just for show." "I'm sorry," Yunxiao said. "I can't." The master of the Mu family did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, then so be it. I've heard about young Master Yun from Heijuan. You're a young man, and even Jing Qi might not be your match." "They're flattering me," Yunxiao said humbly. "I'm sorry," he said. The Mu family never praises people casually. This is definitely not a coincidence. With young Master Yun's help, I'm sure I'll win this martial arts competition. Young Master Yun, you can take a good look around the Mu family's Heavenspan Island these few days. If you have any needs, you can ask at any time. Just treat this place as your own home and don't be an outsider." "Don't give me so much mental pressure," Yunxiao said. "If I lose, how can I face you?" "Ha ha ha." Wuxia laughed and said, "Don't be humble, young Master Yun. The participants of the martial arts competition must be young disciples of each sect, and their bone age is limited to 30 years old and below. If even you are defeated, then my Mu clan will be sincerely convinced and will have no complaints." After what happened in the Corpse Fiend sect and the Snow Country, he had full confidence in Yunxiao. No one in the reclusive sects could defeat him except those divine transcendence experts. "Then, about my identity," Yunxiao said. "There's no problem with that," the Mu family head said. "I heard that young Master Yun is also a 9th-tier alchemist. My Mu family also has a lot of research on profound-level weapons. If you don't mind, we can exchange more information and improve together." "That's great," Yunxiao said happily. "That's great. It's just nice to pass these 7 days of boring time." He was also extremely impressed and moved by the Mu family's puppetry. "If that's the case, I'll have all the elders come to listen in 3 days," the master of the Mu family said thoughtfully. "So formal?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What? Don't give me too much pressure." The head of the Mu family smiled and said, "Why can't I see that young Master Yun is under pressure? The Mu family has never liked to put pressure on others. Young Master Yun, you should also prepare well. It's been a long time since we've had an artifact refining exchange with the outside world, and I'm also looking forward to it." "I'm looking forward to it," Yunxiao said with a smile. Anticipation +1. "By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask young Master Yun," the master of the Mu family said. "I wonder what your ranking on the heavenly martial continent is with your strength, young Master Yun." His question was very light, but the atmosphere in the entire hall became heavy. Only the light and long breaths of the 3 people could be heard. Yunxiao tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "I can probably make it in the top 100. Ha ha ha. The MU family head laughed and said, Young Master Yun, you really know how to joke. A master who could intimidate Jingqi ranked in the top 100 on the heavenly martial continent. His tone was full of mockery. Yun Xiao smiled but said nothing. What? Was my smile wrong? The master of the MU family asked. The world is vast, wider than the 4 seas, Yun Xiao said. There are countless experts and capable people. I thought I overestimated myself by ranking in the top 100. The MU clan's head and Mu Jie's expressions changed drastically as they fell into deep thought. Yun Xiao smiled. He knew that they were worried about dominating the continent, so it would be good to give them some psychological pressure so that the so-called Heaven Alliance would not dare to act rashly. Elder Hao, please take young Master Yun to rest, the head of the MU family said. While we're at it, we'll also prepare for the social gathering that's going to be held 3 days later. Yes, Mu Jie replied respectfully. Then he left with Yun Xiao. When Yun Xiao came to the door of the hall, he suddenly turned around and said, That's right, I still don't know the name of Lord Patriarch. My name is Zhuang, the master of the MU family said. Zhuang? This one will remember. Yun Xiao smiled and followed Mu Jie. Mu Zhuang sat quietly in the main hall, his body leaning on the right side of the throne, his hand holding his face as he pondered. He muttered to himself, 100? Hee. The throne flashed and Mu Zhuang disappeared. Mu Jie's nervous mood only relaxed after they left the main hall. She said, You were really bold just now to ask for the name of the patriarch. It's all my fault for not introducing you first. Fortunately, the chief is not angry. Yun Xiao laughed. Angry? If you get angry just because I asked for your name, then what's there to talk about? Mu Jie was stunned for a moment, and then shook her head speechlessly. She took him to a courtyard with red flowers and green leaves. At a glance, it was several acres in size, and what was even more surprising was that the scenery of the 4 seasons could be seen inside. The layout of this scenery is ingenious, Yun Xiao said in surprise. Lord Qi, you are very thoughtful. Only the most important guests of the MU family can live here. This place is called Spring Court Moon, Mu Jie said proudly. Yun Xiao thought carefully and said, The spring court is full of moonlight. He looked up and saw a line of poetry on a building in the distance. There is only love in the spring moon, like the flower falling from the sky. It's a good name, he sincerely praised. Mu Jie smiled and said, The name is good, but the scenery is even better. Have a good rest, young Master Yun. If there's anything, let the servants inform me at any time. We'll meet again in 3 days. All right, he said. After watching Mu Jie leave, Yun Xiao stepped into the spring court moon. The scenery of the 4 seasons emerged in front of him. Spring flowers, autumn moon, summer, and winter snow. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, he was greeted by a fragrant scent. 2 rows of beautiful maidservants knelt in an orderly manner, their hands forward, their upper bodies on the ground, and their buttocks raised high. They said in unison, Welcome, young Master Yun. The maidservants wore very little clothes, but their beauty was faintly discernible. Their different grace and grace were like the fragrance of pure wine. This was clearly the MU clan's deliberate arrangement, allowing him to pick and harvest as he pleased. Yun Xiao touched his Renzhong acupoint and said with a wry smile, Such beautiful scenery is even better than the 4 seasons. It's a pity that I can't enjoy it. He chuckled and then disappeared, leaving the women with wide eyes and shocked faces. They didn't believe that someone would abandon them. Yun Xiao teleported directly into Chun Tingyue's secret cultivation room. Just as he had thought, this secret chamber was indeed an illusion set up by an array. It was vast and boundless, similar to the purple room in the cultivation place of New Yen City. The background could be changed at any time. However, he didn't care about this and entered the Divine Realm tablet directly. He had already found the Extreme North Ice Essence, and he could directly upgrade the Quasi-Deity Grade Steel to True Divine Grade Steel. Yuan Gaohan had long been impatient, and with a look of complaint, he angrily said, What could be more important than refining Divine Steel? It took so long. The emperor is not in a hurry, Xianxia said. I'm in a hurry. Let's go. With a flash, the two of them appeared outside the forbidden area of the flute. After getting permission, they entered together. Bai Mingnan was already waiting by the side. Greetings, my lord. Yuan Gaohan hurriedly bowed. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Ling Mudi said. Why are you only here now? Yuan Gaohan lowered his head and looked at Xianxia, his eyes full of resentment. I was delayed by something, Xianxia said with a smile. It's fine, said Ling Mudi. If it wasn't for the sake of helping you comprehend a higher art, I would have refined it myself. Yuan Gaohan was shocked. It seemed that this mysterious big shot took special care of Xianxia, which was a good thing. The world was in chaos, and Xiao's strength was equivalent to his own strength. Thank you, Your Excellency, Xiao said hurriedly. Let's start, said Ling Mudi. His soul slowly flew out of the gourd little King Kong's body, and then kept patting on the gourd little King Kong's body. Every time it patted, a seal would be branded on it. Take out your cauldron of mountain and river, Ling Mudi said. My lord, you want to use the cauldron of mountain and river? Xiao asked in surprise. He felt that it was strange. The last time he refined quasi-deity grade steel, he didn't use any cauldron. This time it should be easier to level up. You're the one using it, not me, said Ling Mudi. This time you'll be in charge of the refining, Yuan Gaohan will assist you, and I'll guide you from the side. What? The two of them were both surprised and overjoyed. They were so surprised that they were not prepared. If there's only a little bit of the extreme northern ice essence, then it naturally can't be wasted. I have to do it, said Ling Mudi. We have a lot of materials now, so it's good for you to practice. Let's use this Vajra scepter to test it. I treasure this puppet very much, Xiao said in surprise. Why don't you change it to another one? Ling Mudi said indifferently. If you treasure it very much, just focus on refining it. There won't be any problems. There's no need to change it. His tone was unquestionable. Xiao had a bitter look on his face. Although it was only an upgrade of the material level, it was still an upgrade to divine grade after all. If he failed, the little King Kong gourd would be scrapped. Yuan Gaohan was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and he hurriedly said, Hurry! Hurry up and take out your cauldron. What are you waiting for? Xiao thought for a moment. Since Ling Mudi dared to let him refine it, he must be confident. With a wave of his hand, he placed the cauldron of mountain and river above his palm and began to unseal it. Ling Mudi looked at the cauldron of mountain and river and seemed to be deep in thought, but he did not say anything. Xiao shot out a divine flame and a strong wind. Under the power of wind and fire, the cauldron spun rapidly and shot out tens of thousands of beams of light. Ling Mudi picked up the calabash and threw it into little King Kong. Then, he sent 2 marks into the foreheads of Xiao and Yuan Gaohan, and a message immediately spread in their minds. Do as you're told, Ling Mudi said. I'll be your assistant. You're only allowed to win. No defeat is allowed. Because if you lose, I won't give you any more opportunities to learn and practice. The two of them were shocked, and they became extremely focused. Yuan Gaohan had yet to start, but his palms were already covered in cold sweat. Xiao was sweating profusely. If he lost, the little King Kong gourd would be completely useless. According to the information from the Lingmu flute, upgrading a profound artifact to the divine tier would result in complete failure without the repair of the 10 square rules, and the little King Kong gourd would die. The two of them were like primary school students, following the prescribed order and starting to refine the pill step by step. 3 days later, in the mechanism pavilion on Heavenspan Island, from time to time there would be figures flashing and flying in. Soon, 20 to 30 people were sitting inside. In the center of the pavilion, there was a purple cauldron, from which green smoke was rising. Everyone was sitting cross-legged on both sides, resting with their eyes closed, waiting for something. Lord Patriarch really thinks too highly of a brat from the outside world. He actually made all 29 of us elders come here to observe and exchange ideas. It's really hard to understand. Elder Mu 1 was clearly dissatisfied and started to complain to Elder Mu by Rome. Mu Barong also frowned. He put down the seal he was cultivating and snorted. I've heard that someone was scared by that kid and came back to delude the people in front of the chief, saying it like it was a god. His eyes couldn't help but glance upwards, intentionally or unintentionally sweeping across Mu Idong, Mu Ijuan and Mu Jia who were sitting on the upper right and Mu Jia who was on the upper left. Oh? To be able to scare off the elders of my Mu family. It seems that this kid does have some ability. Mu Wen sneered, his face cold. Hee, that's not a skill, it's a trick. How pitiful, how lamentable. A mere 3 or 4 people were cheated, causing us to be in bad luck as well. Mu Bairong laughed and said lazily. That's good too, Mu Wen said. Let's expose this liar in public. However, if we do that, it will damage the unity of the Mu family. How did it hurt our unity? Mu Bairong asked, puzzled. If that's the case, won't 3 or 4 of them lose face and be too embarrassed to face you, sir? Mu Wen sneered. Mu Barong laughed. Ha ha. Those 3 or 4 people brought it upon themselves. Moreover, it's nothing to lose face in front of one's own family. It's called learning from one's own mistakes, so that they won't lose face outside in the future. It'll be really embarrassing for the Mu family. Mu Jie and the other two's faces instantly turned cold. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they wanted to hit someone. Everyone's expression was different. Although most of them were dissatisfied with gathering them all to exchange refining experience with an outsider, they still felt that the 2 of them had gone too far. You don't have to complain, Elder Mu Qiu said. We'll soon know what kind of person that Li Yunxiao is. There was a reason why the clan leader had invited everyone. Elder Hao, you're the one who brought that Li Yunxiao to Heavenspan Island. So why don't you talk to everyone first to find out who he is, so that we can have an idea of his background? Yes. Mu Qiu's suggestion was immediately approved by everyone, and they all looked at Mu Jia. Mu Jia placed her hands on her knees and tidied up her long robe. She then said, I don't want to say much about Li Yunxiao, but there is one thing I want to say. None of you here are his match. Elder Hao, aren't you being too arbitrary? Mu Qiu frowned. Could it be that Li Yunxiao is a divine transcendence? An intermediate 9-star martial emperor, Mu Jie replied after some thought. Ha ha ha. Mu Wen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Among all of you here, there are 6 who have reached the peak of 9 stars and more than 10 mid-stage 9 stars martial sovereigns. Has Elder Tong been beaten silly by that kid? Mu Jie couldn't bear it anymore. A boundless rage rushed to her head. She immediately rushed up and slapped him with her palm. She shouted, Mu Wan, I've tolerated you for too long. The vast palm wind floated over everyone's head and fell to the lower left side. Humph, the same. Mu Wan stood up and stretched out his arm. His 5 fingers suddenly grew longer, and his palm became the size of a futon, like a round shield. An 8-trigram array was carved on it, and the array talismans were activated. Bang! Mu Jie slammed her palm on the shield, shattering the talismans and sending Mu Wan out of the trap's pavilion. Mu Wan sneered and stopped in the air. He provoked. If you have the guts, come out and fight for 300 rounds. This old man has long found you an eyesore. However, I didn't expect you to be thrown out of our house. You're the shame of our Mu family. Why do I need to fight you for 300 rounds? I'll send you to the Mu family's graveyard to meet our ancestors in 3 moves, Mu Jie said coldly. He put his hands together in front of his body, and countless steel nails emerged from his arms, making a clear sound wave. The rhythm rippled on his arms and began to rotate rhythmically. Receive a melody from this lord striking gold and stone. Clang, clang. Countless vibrating voices reverberated and stacked together, creating countless ripples in the air. They spread out of the pavilion and covered the entire world. Even though the main direction of the sound wave was outside, the expressions of the elders in the mechanism still changed slightly. They felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and they hurriedly circulated their qi to suppress it. Mu Wen stood in the sky, his body trembling with the rhythm. His expression changed as he gritted his teeth and said, Who's afraid of who? 3 wounds opened up on his shield-like arm, and 3 black snakes crawled out. Their bodies sneaked in the air, and they bit down separately. However, they all stopped when they were 3 feet away from Wuxia. The snake's body trembled continuously and began to fluctuate with the rhythm. It was obvious that it could not withstand it anymore. Elder Wen spider-patterned black water snake is an ancient species that can't be injured by 10,000 swords. Yet, it can't withstand this melody? Everyone was shocked. They reached behind the sound wave attack and felt their ears hurt. A pressure spread from the bottom of their hearts. But they weren't within the attack range and couldn't feel the power of the sound wave. It seems like the rumors about this black water snake are exaggerated, Mu Bairong said, bewildered. Another elder said, the people of the MU clan aren't focusing on studying mechanical puppets. Instead, they're doing some demon beast taming. They're putting the cart before the horse and going down the wrong path. It's no wonder that their strength has regressed. Mu Qiu said in a deep voice, it's not the black water snake. It's stronger than before. It's just that Elder Hao's Kuan body has been modified to be even more powerful this time. Chi chi chi. Explosions kept coming from the air. The 3 black water snakes kept flicking their tongues, rolling their bodies and gradually curling up. Mu Wan was shocked, and his eyes were filled with anger. He said resolutely, Mu Jie, you actually refined such an evil technique to deal with my black water snake. I'll fight you to the death. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the 3 black water snakes curled up even more, almost coiling up. Their bodies also kept expanding as if they were filled with air. They actually turned into 3 huge meatballs, emitting a terrifying aura. Haha, specially trained for you? What a shameless narcissist. Mu Lieni laughed. A lackey like you is also an elder of the Mu family. You've really brought down the entire Mu family's style. Go to hell. His face was full of mockery, but his eyes were shining with a bright light that was getting stronger and stronger. The 3 black water snakes had entered a self-destructive state, and the power was even stronger than what he could bear. He had to deal with them before they self-destructed. He changed his hand seals and drew a circle with his 5 fingers. A white halo flickered in the ring between his hands. The power rippled and spread in all directions. Suddenly, there was a soft PA sound. An arm smacked on his right arm, and his entire right hand drooped down as if it had lost its molar. All the power was instantly eliminated. Mu Jie was so shocked that she did not see the person clearly. She only saw a figure flash in the air and appear next to the 3 black water snakes, tapping 3 fingers on their bodies. The inflated state immediately deflated, as if leaking air, and it slowly relaxed from its curled state. Then, the elders shouted in unison, Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. Mu Jie and Mu Wan were shocked. They hurriedly retreated into the trap's pavilion and bowed. Mu Zhuang slowly walked past the crowd until he reached the end of the hall. He sat down and said, There's no need to be so polite, elders. Only then did everyone stand up straight and sit down on both sides, not daring to say anything. Elder Mu Jie and Elder Mu Wen's strength has greatly improved. It's a cause for celebration, Mu Zhuang said. Mu Jie and Mu Wan were both embarrassed and stammered, not knowing what to say. Mu Zhuang acted as if nothing had happened and asked, Have all the elders arrived? Everyone scanned with their divine senses and saw that there were still 2 empty seats. Reporting to the clan leader, 2 elders, Wenchong and Yurong, have yet to arrive. Mu Qiu cupped her fists. The 2 elders will never come. They have already fallen on this mission, Mu Zhuang sighed. What? Everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar. Only a few elders who had already known the situation remained silent, sitting cross-legged quietly. After a brief moment of shock, Mu Qiu said in a deep voice, I wonder if clan leader knows who did it. Elder Hao, please tell everyone the ins and outs of the matter. Mu Zhuang glanced at Mu Jie and said. Mu Jie nodded and sighed. This time, Lord Patriarch sent me, Yitong, Yijuan, Wenchong, and Yurong to carry out a mission. I didn't expect to meet the corpse fiend sect. Elder Yurong was poisoned by Jing Qi's poison, the Jiusha Xuanyu, and has turned into a corpse puppet. Elder Wenchong, on the other hand, died at Jing Qi's hands in order to cover for us to retreat. It's Jing Qi. Everyone was furious, and the whole Traps pavilion was filled with anger. Let's kill our way to Corpse Fiend sect and sink their giant turtle. That group of neither human nor ghost things. This old man has long found them to be an eyesore. Lord Clan Leader, lead us to kill them. How dare you kill an elder of my Mu clan? I won't forgive you. Amidst the chaos, Mucho slowly said, Jing Qi wouldn't kill a member of the MU family for no reason. Elder Hao, is there a hidden story? We didn't provoke him. We just happened to bump into his anger, Mujie said. If that's the case, we can't let him off, Mucho said. Mu Zhuang said, of course we can't let this matter go. However, the Corpse Fiend sect is not a small matter either. Now that we're all members of the Heaven Alliance, it's not appropriate to make a big move. We must think of a long-term plan and come up with a foolproof plan. Members of the Heaven Alliance can't kill each other, Mucho said. Why don't we report this to the Heaven experts and let them handle it? No, Mu Zhuang said. If this matter is handled by a Heaven expert, it will definitely turn a big matter into a small one and a small matter into nothing. We can't let Corpse Fiend sect get away with it so easily. Your subordinate didn't think it through, Mucho quickly replied. It's fine, we'll think of a way after the martial arts competition. The most important thing now is to win the martial duel. And that's why I have high hopes for Yunxiao. Everyone was suspicious and they discussed, does that Li Yunxiao really have such great ability? Obviously, most of them didn't believe it. Lord Clan Leader, Mu Beirong said, all the members of the MU family have come to today's artifact refining exchange. But that Li Yunxiao is so arrogant. I haven't seen him yet. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied, and their faces were ugly. This was too embarrassing for them. It's most likely that he's been delayed at a critical point in his cultivation. The more powerful he is, the more confident we will be. Elder Tong, how are the 24 Jade girls who have cultivated the Yin Yang Pure Maiden technique? I haven't touched it, Mu Jie frowned. Oh, when he was young, he was full of vigor and vitality, yet he could resist such temptation. He's indeed not simple, Mu Zhuang said in surprise. Mu Jie said, I originally planned to seduce him with a woman's charm. As long as he's moved, I can make him the son-in-law of the MU family. Who knew that he only took a glance and never appeared again? This man has high standards, and I've already arranged for Wan Shan to be betrothed to him. What? You can't. Wan Shan is the most outstanding woman among the MU family's younger generation, Mu Beirong said in shock and anger. Her talent is so high that it's rare to see one in thousands of years. Even her beauty can't be compared to her. How can such an important junior be used for a marriage alliance? The rest of the elders were also strongly against it and unanimously disagreed. It's because of Wan Shan's excellence that we can keep Li Yunxiao, Mu Jie said coldly. It's possible for him to stay. Mu Jie, you've really lost your mind, Mu Bairong said angrily. With Wan Shan and Feng Hua's abilities, it's enough for them to win first place in the martial arts competition. Why do they have to lower their heads and beg outsiders? We can't afford to make any mistakes in this martial arts competition. If Wan Shan and Feng Hua can't get first place, will Elder Bairong be willing to take the responsibility? Mu Yu said, if you're willing to take the responsibility, then I'll forget about Li Yunxiao's matter. You! Mu Beirong snorted angrily. How could he bear this responsibility? He looked at Mu Hong angrily and said, Elder Hong, that Wan Shan is your granddaughter. Are you really willing to do this? Mu Hong, who was seated at the bottom, said respectfully, the MU family is the most important. We will follow the arrangements of the chief. The clan leader agreed to it? Mu Baichen was shocked. Mu Jie told me about it. I have no objections. Mu Zhuang nodded. Haha, you're all crazy. Mu Beirong immediately stood up and said angrily, I don't agree. I will never agree. Unless Li Yunxiao can defeat me, then I'll shut up and say no more, or I'll never agree. Don't be rude in front of the chief, Mu Jie shouted. Mu Beirong immediately realized that he had lost his composure. but he still wasn't convinced. He sneered. I have no intention of offending Lord Clan Leader, but Wuxia, you bastard, how dare you bewitch the clan leader? What punishment do you deserve? Mu Zhuang's expression changed and his eyes turned cold. He was obviously angry. Wuxia sneered and said, Bewitched, you said that you would shut up as long as Xianxia could defeat you. Now, please recuperate properly and wait for your beating. Haha. This old master will wait for him here. I'm just afraid he won't dare to come. Mu Bairong's face was full of ridicule. He was a great expert at the peak of the 9-star and had been in this realm for a long time. Ordinary experts at the peak were not his opponent. He did not believe that an intermediate 9-star teenager could win against him. The other elders also smiled knowingly. With Mu Bairong's help, Xianxia was most likely going to suffer a setback. For some reason, they were filled with resentment toward this man. Ahem. Sorry, I was held up by something. I'm late. An extremely discordant voice rang out in the trap's pavilion. Everyone's attention was focused on the conflict, so no one noticed Xianxiao's arrival. Immediately, everyone's gazes converged on him. Most of them were cold and unfriendly. Xianxia also felt a great deal of hostility, and he could not help but be baffled. You're here. Mu Zhuang smiled gently. You don't look too good. You've been cultivating too hard these past 3 days. His eyelids twitched. Xianxiao's face was as pale as paper, and his blood vessels could be vaguely seen. With a slight ruddy complexion, he smiled and said, It's a little bitter, but it's okay. What hard cultivation? Mu Bairong grinned. I'm afraid you're just scared after hearing our conversation just now. Talk? Scared. What did you talk about? Xianxia frowned. Why did you scare me? Humph. Still pretending, go to hell. Mu Bairong had been holding back his anger for a long time. Now that the main character was here, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He punched out angrily. A flaming passage was drawn in the air, and a huge flame was produced by his punch, which instantly devoured Xianxia. Mu Bairong. It's not fair to take advantage of someone's perilous state to win. Wuxia was shocked and furious. With his wondrous spirit eyes, he also found that Xianxiao's body was weak. In fact, it was not weak, but empty, as his spiritual power had been completely drained. Mu Zhuang frowned as well, his eyes narrowing slightly, for fear that something might happen to Xianxia. Bang! A huge explosion rang out, and the flames scattered, revealing a golden light. Xianxiao's fingers were like claws as he took Mu Bairong's punch. What? All the elders in the hall were shocked. In fact, almost everyone could see that Xianxia was mentally exhausted, which was obviously a sign of excessive artifact refining. Naturally, his primordial energy and physical strength would be greatly affected. What? Mu Zhuang let out a soft huh, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His anxious heart was instantly put at ease and he became very interested. Mu Bairong was also greatly alarmed. He immediately recalled Mu Jie's evaluation of this person and didn't dare to be careless. The power of his fist kept increasing, but it was still clenched tightly by Xianxiao's 5 fingers, unable to move an inch further. Arrogant! He shouted angrily and lifted his right leg to kick. Xianxia chuckled as he put 2 fingers on his left hand together and poked at the aperture acupoints on the man's leg. Plop! He tapped his fingers on the other party's yaqiao acupoint, causing a slight pain. It was as if he had knocked on a brick, and a ring of light appeared. Fake legs. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You're the one with fake legs. Xianxia. Mu Bairong shouted as he spun his left leg and kicked at Xianxiao's head like a long whip. Xianxia stepped back and waved his fists, which turned into countless fist shadows. Bang 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 sounds were heard as the two of them started fighting. They were all head-on moves without any tricks, and every move created a powerful air wave that pushed to the sides. All the elders' faces changed, and their opinions of Xianxia kept changing. Xianxia retreated as he fought. His opponent's legs were fierce and strong, like countless iron hammers. At first, he thought that they were fake legs, but later he realized that it was not. The legs were real, but the acupuncture points on the legs seemed to have been specially modified and were actually indestructible. His weakness had suddenly become his advantage. Bang! 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 Mu Bairong's kicking technique became more and more rapid, like a storm, just like his mood. The two of them soon fought outside the pavilion, and the sky was filled with shock waves. A large number of Mu clan disciples were watching from afar, their faces full of shock. Mu Bairong roared and kicked down like a battle axe. "Don't hide if you have the guts." The wind from the kick created a long rainbow in the sky with shocking power. Xianxia grinned hideously as he stepped back and said sarcastically, "Why shouldn't I dodge? Are we just going to stand there and wait for you to come back?" Boom! Mu Bai's kick missed. He cried out in anger, his legs dancing like whips as he spun around and kicked like a madman. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He knew that although the leg technique seemed to be random, it was actually extremely powerful. However, he was not flustered. He was able to calmly receive every attack from his opponent. In addition, he was constantly retreating to dissipate the force. Even if he fought another 300 rounds, he would definitely not lose. Mu Jie was overjoyed to see this. With his eyesight, he naturally knew that Xianxia was invincible. The other elders frowned as well. From the beginning to the end, Mu Bairong had been constantly attacking while Xianxia had only been dealing with him. In other words, Mu Bairong had already lost. Mu Zhuang's pupils constricted as he stared at Xianxiao's golden light. He began to think and said in an imperceptible voice, "Why does this divine power look so much like Ao Changkong's inextinguishable golden body? Arg! Ah! Ah! Bang! Bang! Bang!" Mu Bairong's leg technique became faster and faster, and soon only afterimages were left. Martial artists below the rank of a high-level martial supreme could not catch their figures at all. They could only sense the golden light and gray shadow flashing continuously. Mu Zhuang finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Elder Bairong, stop!" Mu Bairong had already gone crazy from the fight. He couldn't win even after a long time. Moreover, his opponent's mental energy was obviously exhausted. Where was he supposed to put his face in front of the entire Mu family? "I'm going to kill you." He was almost possessed. He kicked Xianxia away with a leg technique, and then a shadow flickered behind him, from which appeared a puppet of the same size as him. His eyes were spewing fire as his hands kept forming hand seals. The puppet also performed incantation seals in a close coordination. In the end, the four palms touched and the two seals combined into one. A huge seal will appeared in the sky, shining with boundless golden light. It's Elder Bairong's most powerful divine ability 1000 utility seal. Everyone was shocked. This was Mu Bairong's secret magical ability. He wouldn't use it unless he was in a life-and-death situation. He was indeed so angry that he had lost his mind. Mu Zhuang was furious. He slammed the table and shouted, "Mu Bairong!" Mu Bairong's eyes were already red from killing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Clan Leader, don't stop me. I'll come to you for disrespect after I kill him." The 1000 Revolution seal was several acres in size and covered the entire area. The disciples of the Mu family in the distance also felt the aura and retreated in shock to avoid being affected. One of the men had an extraordinary appearance. It was Mu Fenghua. He was staring at the battle between the two, his face pale. When they first met in Red Moon City, although Xianxia was extremely talented, he was still confident that he would have a 50-50 chance of winning. However, a 50-50 chance of winning was simply a great humiliation to him, the genius youth of the Mu family. In order to crush his opponent without any suspense, he had been cultivating in seclusion after returning to the Mu family, using the most brutal way to torture himself. He thought that when they met again, he would have a 90% chance of winning, but now he found that his chances were already 0. His younger brother Mu Fengjuan's face was even paler. He rubbed his eyes from time to time. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the opponent who had fought with him in the past. Mu Jie was anxious. If Xianxia was injured, the martial duel would only have 3 days left. If Xianxia was in his prime, he would not have the slightest worry no matter how strong Mu Bairong was. He couldn't help but glance at Mu Zhuang, but seeing his gloomy face, he didn't say anything to stop him. The huge 1,000 revolution seal shrank in the sky above Heavenspan Island. The terrifying power was compressed through the seal, and its purity continued to increase. In the end, it was compressed to the size of a millstone. This was the limit that Mu Barong could do. Die! Die! Mu Barong roared and slammed down the seal. Yunxiao looked at him coldly and said with a sneer, "Humph! Don't think that only your Mu clan has puppets. This young master has one too." A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows, and the gourd little King Kong flew out. Its whole body was black and gold, and under the scorching sun, it flashed with 9-colored divine light. Mu Zhuang's brows suddenly twitched, and he was suddenly in a daze. He said in shock, "Divine steel!" Mu Jie's entire body trembled, and her eyes were filled with shock. Suddenly, he understood why Yunxiao's mental power was so depleted. He had just obtained the extreme northern ice essence, and he had actually refined divine steel. The shock he felt was indescribable. It was as if the waves were constantly hitting the shore. He was a little dazed and lost. However, no one noticed his absent-mindedness because Mu Zhuang's mention of divine steel made everyone's necks stand up straight and their eyes widen. The calabash little King Kong instantly appeared in front of the 1,000 revolution seal. Its pupils shrank, and it got into a fighting stance, throwing out a King Kong fist. Wind and clouds surged on his fist, and space spun under the force of his fist. A small white flower was also jumping around. Mu Jie's heart skipped a beat as she looked over. The white flower was the same terrifying divine power that Ling Mu Di had used to deal with Feng Yaoli in the snow country. Boom! The calabash little King Kong moved forward and struck into the 1,000 machine seal along with the King Kong fist. A heaven and earth explosion erupted, and the entire Heavenspan Island exploded into a vortex of clouds, leaving behind a pitch-black hole. Even the layer of mist in the sky was torn apart by several kilometers. At the center of the energy fluctuation, Mu Barong looked ahead nervously, not knowing if Yunxiao was dead or not. However, his pupils suddenly contracted as a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. Its 5 fingers grabbed his throat and lifted him up high. Crack! Mu Barong only felt that his throat was broken. His heart was filled with fear and horror. All the vital parts of his body had been specially forged, and the bone armor around his throat was harder than metal, but it was crushed with a pinch. He hurriedly performed an incantation gesture, and the puppet beside him immediately raised its hand to attack. Sharp blades suddenly extended from its 5 fingers and directly chopped down. The gourd little King Kong didn't avoid it at all. It let the sharp blade cut its body and struck out with the King Kong fist again. Bang! The puppet's 5 fingers were instantly broken, and the Vajra fist also landed on his chest, causing a hole to appear. He was forced back several feet. Mu Barong was shocked. His puppet was inferior to the other party in terms of attack, defense, spirituality, and other aspects. Bang! After forcing the puppet back, the gourd-shaped little King Kong punched Mu Barong's chest with its left hand, shattering all his ribs and shattering his internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Mu Barong's aura and momentum instantly collapsed. His strong self-confidence was also shattered on the ground. He had completely become a dead dog. However, the calabash little King Kong obviously didn't intend to kill him. After crushing his hyoid bone, he just stood there in a daze. Intelligence flashed across his dull face from time to time, but he was still very dull. The energy ripples gradually dissipated, and 4 figures gradually appeared in the air. Yunxiao stood where he was, and scathed, and did not even move. Mu Bairong's puppet was also 30 meters away, and it seemed to be damaged. In the center, the gourd little guardian deity was sticking to Mu Bairong. Mu Bairong looked more than 100 years older. His limbs were limp, and his eyes were ashen. Countless gasps sounded one after another, and there were also cries of fear. They seemed to be in disbelief and unable to accept the scene before their eyes. As for the Mu clan's powerful existences, they had already seen everything clearly. While they were shocked, they also sighed deeply. Pa pa pa. A round of applause rang out. Mu Zhuang was the first to clap in praise. It was a very exciting battle. It was soul-stirring and eye-opening. My confidence in young Master Yun was only 70% before, but now it's 100%. Lord Chief, Li Yunxiao has seriously injured Elder by Rome. Mu Wen cried out in shock. His eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The rest of the elders felt that it was inappropriate, but since Mu Zhuang was the one complimenting him, no one dared to say anything. However, many of them frowned. Mu Zhuang's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Mu Wen. He coldly said, Mu Beirong only has himself to blame. Mu Wen sucked in another breath of cold air. Mu Zhuang's cold gaze made him shiver and he hurriedly retreated, not daring to say anything more. The Mu clan's hierarchy was extremely strict, and the clan head's words held supreme authority. The words he brought this upon himself were enough to define Mu Bai's character, and no one dared to say anything more on his behalf. Mu Zhuang said coldly, Mu Beirong ignored my words and was extremely rude. He should have been punished. But since he's seriously injured, I'll spare him this time and bring him down for treatment. Yunxiao did not want to kill anyone, so he snapped his fingers, and the calabash little King Kong immediately threw Mu Beirong out. Immediately, a disciple of the Mu clan flew up and caught Mu Beirong before bringing him down. Mu Zhuang finally smiled and said, Young Master Yun's cultivation base is astonishing. You've opened the eyes of us old men. Please come in and have a seat. There are so many elders in there, Yunxiao said with a smile. It won't be very dangerous, will it? If a few more come, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out alive. Ha ha. Young Master Yun, you're so funny. Mu Zhuang laughed awkwardly and said in a cold voice, Elders, listen up. Whoever dares to be rude to young Master Yunxiao will be dealt with by me personally. All the elders were silent, not daring to be rash. Only then did Yunxiao put away the calabash King Kong and enter the Heaven Secret Pavilion in a flash. Mu Zhuang was very enthusiastic and personally pulled him to sit beside him, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. All the elders were shocked. Anyone who could sit next to the clan leader was a giant of a region, a great expert of divine transcendence. Although Yunxiao had proven his strength, it seemed that he was still a long way from that position. Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked calm and composed, as if he should have been sitting there, which made the elders angry again. But, with the previous example, they did not dare to act rashly. The puppet young Master Yun used just now is very strange, Mu Zhuang said. It's very agile, as if it has a life of its own. Looking closely, there's no soul attached to his body. Could it be that he has developed his own spiritual consciousness? Yunxiao laughed. Is it spiritual? I still think that thing is too stupid. Haha. Young Master Yun is so greedy. It is much more difficult for a puppet to produce spirituality than a pure, profound level weapon. Mu Zhuang's face was full of envy as he continued to ask, I saw that the material of the puppet was extraordinary. Could it be divine steel? Everyone perked up their ears and listened carefully. Yunxiao blinked and said, Divine steel? What's that? Eh? Mu Zhuang choked. When he looked at Mu Jie's expression, he immediately knew that Yunxiao was pretending. He laughed and said, It's that black and gold body. From time to time, 9-colored divine light will be refracted out. Yunxiao smiled. Oh, so that's the divine steel. Thank you for your explanation, Lord Mu Zhuang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Mu Zhuang smiled and didn't point it out. According to Elder Mu Jie, your puppet was only made of ordinary hard materials before. How did young Master Yun upgrade it? Yunxiao knew the other party's intention, which was to ask about the recipe of the divine steel. He laughed and said, After obtaining the extreme northern ice essence, I tried to refine this thing. Who knew that it would produce such a miraculous effect? TSK. It's really strange. Mu Zhuang was still smiling as he said, It seems that young Master Yun is indeed a blessed man. I wonder how you tried it and what raw materials did you use? Yunxiao pretended to be deep in thought and said, Unmoving tears, green sunstone, black tortoise armor, mournful glazed tile goo. Aya. There are too many. I can't remember them all at once. Mu Zhuang and a group of elders were listening attentively and carefully memorizing the information. They all frowned and showed an unhappy expression. Oh, by the way, Lord Mu Zhuang, you recognize that divine steel. Does the Mu family also have it? Yun Xiao asked. I've read about it in an ancient book. I didn't expect to be able to see his true appearance. It's truly fortunate. I heard that the Mu family has 3 great puppet arts, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I've seen Elder Mu Yijuan use magic beans to soldiers. I wonder what the other 2 divine arts are like. Mu Zhuang cursed this little fox in his heart. He didn't manage to get anything out of him, and instead, he started to trick him. He said generously, the Mu family's 3 great puppetry arts are indeed comparable to divine skills, but only those with extremely strong talent can learn them. Elder Yijun's talent is very suitable for casting beans for soldiers, but this divine skill is only ranked 3rd among the 3 great puppetry arts. Lord Clan Leader. The 3 great divine arts of puppetry are the Mu clan's top secrets. It's not appropriate to spread them. Mu Qiu could not help but say, it doesn't matter. Young Master Yun is not an outsider. Mu Zhuang smiled. I'm flattered, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I'm really flattered. The 2nd-ranked puppet divine art is called 6 Ding 6 Jia. It is formed by 12 puppets and can set up the 12 divine beings killing formation, Mu Zhuang said. 6 Ding 6 Jia. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked shocked as he said in horror, one of the 3 ancient fearsome formations, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. Mu Zhuang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that Yun Xiao's reaction was a little too excessive. He nodded and said, that's right. It's a pity that the 12 divine beings killing formation is extremely difficult to set up. There's no one in the entire Mu family who can cultivate the 6 Ding and 6 Jia puppet technique. Yun Xiao fell silent. The 12 ugly puppets he had summoned from the man he had killed at Han Junting's party, outside New Yen City, were none other than the 6 Ding and 6 Jia puppets. If it had such power, he would have most likely died at that time. It could be seen that although the blue-robed man had stolen a set of 6 Ding and 6 Jia, he hadn't cultivated it. The 12 divine beings' fiend formation can only be ranked 2nd. I wonder what is ranked 1st. He. The number 1 divine art of puppetry is the greatest secret of the Mu clan. Only the clan leaders of the past generations know about it. I'm afraid it won't be leaked out. Mu Zhuang laughed. I'm very interested in these 2 divine arts of puppets. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, I wonder if you can show me the key to them? All the elders were in an uproar. Mu Jie also jumped up and said angrily, Young Master Yun, this request is not only excessive, it's simply unreasonable. The rest of the people were also cursing, saying that he didn't know what was good for him. Mu Zhuang gestured for everyone to be quiet before he said, these 2 divine arts of puppeteers cannot be taught to outsiders, unless young Master Yun marries into the Mu family and changes his surname to Mu. Yun Xiao smiled wryly. As long as young Master Yun is willing to join the Mu family for the rest of your life, you can choose one of the 2 divine arts, Mu Zhuang said. The uproar and opposition from below grew even more intense. They were all extremely angry and clearly did not agree. I still have a few powerful divine abilities that I haven't cultivated to the extreme, Yun Xiao said. I'll consider them after I've mastered them all. Mu Zhuang knew that he was rejecting him tactfully, so he smiled and said, I'm also very interested in young Master Yun's divine refined steel recipe. I wonder if I can part with it? The Mu clan is rich, and there will definitely be something that will satisfy you. Ha! Yun Xiao laughed. If Lord Mu Zhuang can change his surname to Li and marry into my family, I'll offer it to you immediately. What? The entire hall was shocked and furious. This boy is rude. He should be punished. Death is not to be regretted. He should be punished by 10,000 blades. Even Mu Jie, Mu Yitong, and Mu Yijuan looked furious. The entire pavilion was filled with a murderous aura, and angry shouts rose and fell, demanding Yun Xiao to be executed. Surrounded by a sky full of anger, Xiao laughed and continued to ask, Lord Mu Zhuang, how is it? Ha ha ha. Mu Zhuang's expression changed several times before he finally laughed out loud. Young Master Yun is indeed different from the rest. Everyone was furious. Mu Wen said sternly, Lord Clan Leader, this child is so disrespectful. We can't let him off. What Li Yunxiao said just now is indeed too rude, Mu Qiu said. I also think that we can't tolerate it, or the dignity of our Mu family will be lost. Mu Zhuang looked at the crowd and said, Since that's the case, Elder One and Elder Qiu, we'll do as you say. Li Yunxiao is sitting here. Please take him down and punish him. The two of them were stunned. Mu Wen's face was a little red, while Mu Qiu frowned and muttered to herself. Judging from the strength Yunxiao had shown just now, apart from his own strength, the calabash little King Kong was almost immortal. Even Mu Bairong's 1,000 revolution seal could not hurt him at all. Apart from Mu Zhuang, no one in the hall was his opponent. Or if all the elders attacked together, they would definitely win. But if so many elders of the Mu family attacked a young man, the loss of face seemed to be even greater. Only Mu Jie knew that even if all of them besieged Yunxiao, they might not win. Young Master Yun, what you said just now was inappropriate. I hope you won't make such a joke. Mu Yu sighed. Yunxiao snorted coldly as he swept his sharp eyes over the crowd and said, I hope that all the elders will not make a joke about making this young master change his surname. Otherwise, the capital punishment that everyone spoke of just now will come true. All the elders glared at him, but they didn't dare to say anything. If Mu Zhuang didn't stand up for them, they wouldn't have the ability to. I didn't think it through before. I hope young Master Yun doesn't blame me, Mu Zhuang said with a smile. Everyone felt a wave of dizziness. The one apologizing was actually their clan leader. This was really hard for the proud and arrogant people to accept. It's fine, Yunxiao said. He stood up and said, I'm a little tired. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. We'll meet again in the martial competition 3 days later. Rest well, young Master Yun, Mu Zhuang said. I'm looking forward to your glorious performance in the martial arts competition. Yunxiao's body turned into a thunderbolt and disappeared from the hall in a flash. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they could not catch his speed at all. Mu Zhuang's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The crowd below immediately burst into loud clamors and shouts. All kinds of dissatisfaction were vented, and they wanted to catch up with Yunxiao and skin him alive. Mu Zhuang listened to the crowd's angry roars, but he remained silent, nor did he announce that they could leave. Lord Clan Leader, Mu Jie called out softly. Mu Zhuang finally regained his senses and said, Oh, what's wrong? What is Lord Patriarch thinking? Do you have any plans? Mu Jie was stunned and frowned. Yunxiao? Mu Zhuang's eyes flickered as he asked, What do you think of this Li Yunxiao? Mu Zhuang didn't say anything, but instead cursed, complained, and shouted angrily. The group of elders once again cursed wildly, mostly arrogant, ignorant, unreasonable, damn, unforgivable, and so on. Mu Zhuang listened patiently. After they were done scolding, he asked the 3 people below him, Mu Jie, Yitong, and Iluan, you 3 are the first ones to come into contact with Yunxiao. What do you think? I agree with what the elders said just now, Mu Jie said. But there's one more thing, and that's that his strength is unfathomable. There's one more thing, Mu Yitong said. It's hard to estimate how high his talent is. Mu Yijuan also nodded and said, Back when we were saving Guang Yuan in the East Sea, he wasn't even a high-level martial supreme. Now, he has grown to such a level in just 2 years. He's simply terrifying. 2 years, Ingluo? Mu Zhuang muttered to himself while the rest of the elders' faces changed drastically. In 2 years' time, he had grown from a mid-stage martial supreme to his current level. The word terrifying was not enough to describe him. He was a monster. Even monster was not enough to describe him. Could the 2 elders have made a mistake? Mu Qiu asked. Perhaps he was already a 9-stars martial sovereign back then. He just hid his strength. Mu Yitong said, We can't see through his cultivation now. Back then, we could see through it at a glance. We also fought several battles with Guangxian's pursuers. How could we be wrong? Everyone fell silent. They had fought a life-and-death battle together, so it was indeed very difficult to hide their strength without being discovered. Elder Huang, you just said that his strength is unfathomable. In your opinion, you can just be frank about how deep his strength is. There's no need to worry, Mu Zhuang said in a deep voice. This buy-in. Mu Jie felt a little embarrassed. She looked at Mu Yitong and his brother before she mustered up her courage and said, in my humble opinion, Yun Xiao's personal combat strength has already surpassed ordinary divine transcendence. Even a great expert like Jing Qi is no match for him. The entire hall was filled with voices of doubt and disbelief. Mu Jie, you don't have to praise him so shamelessly even if you want to highlight how amazing he is. Mu Wen snorted. Mu Jie was extremely angry and angrily rebuked. Mu Wen, haven't you had enough? This old man will accompany you at any time. Fine, I'll take you on, Mu Wen said coldly. Even if I, Mu Wen, am not as strong as you, I still have my backbone and integrity. I also agree with Elder Hao's judgment. Mu Yitong stood out and said. Mu Yijuan also looked at Mu Wen and said, me too. Most of the elders were dumbfounded. Mu Jie and the other two were the strongest among the elders in terms of reputation and strength. If the three of them said so unanimously, then even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too big. What do the three elders think about Li Yunxiao? Mu Zhuang suddenly asked. What do you think? The pavilion immediately fell silent. There was no sound as everyone's eyes were focused on the three. The three's expressions changed slightly, and they were sweating profusely. They hurriedly said, naturally, I'm inferior. Oh, do the three of you really think that way? Mu Zhuang was expressionless. Mu Jie's palms were covered in cold sweat. Even if Li Yunxiao is no match for him, he's very close to Lord Patriarch's strength. They would never dare to say that Yunxiao's strength was above Mu Zhuang's, even if they really thought so. Looking at the three of you, I can roughly understand what you're thinking. Mu Zhuang slowly closed his eyes and said. The three of them trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. The shock Yunxiao's sword strike in the unmovable forest of returning had brought to them was too strong. Even Jing Qi was shocked on the spot, and the three of them had been deeply engraved in their bones. Mu Zhuang opened his eyes again and said, even if one is a divine transcendence expert, there's still a huge difference in strength between them. This is an indisputable fact. Although the sky had lost the 10 rules and could not reach the 10th level in terms of realm, there were many experts who had reached the godly state in the past 100,000 years, and even ordinary godly state experts were no match for them. Among the experts at the peak of the realm of heavenly martial arts, they are called the peak. He has the power of the immortal state and has reached the peak of perfection. All the elders in the hall held their breath and listened quietly. What? Mu Qiu was suddenly taken aback. Lord Patriarch, do you mean that Li Yunxiao is trying to trick us? Mu Zhuang shook his head and said, don't worry. According to the three elders' description, Li Yunxiao has not reached the peak level. In my opinion, only 3 people among the reclusive families are likely to have reached the peak. Which 3? Asked Mu Jie. The first choice is naturally Your Excellency. Mu Zhuang's face was solemn. Everyone was shocked. The identity of this heavens expert was too mysterious. They had asked him several times, but Mu Jie had kept quiet about it. Now, it seemed that his strength was at least above Mu Jie's, and he was convinced. The second is the Earth Realm. These two are probably the pinnacle of this world, Mu Zhuang said. His eyes revealed a look of fascination. Then what about one person? Mu Jie furrowed her brows. He didn't agree with Mu Zhuang's point of view. He had witnessed Feng Yaoli's strength in the snow country. That kind of terrifying strength could even kill a godly state expert. I'm not sure about the third person, but even if it's not perfect, it's not far from it. That's Nanxiu Yu, Mu Zhuang said after a moment of silence. As soon as this name was mentioned, everyone nodded in realization, as if they were very convinced. It's a pity that the two venerables can't work together, Mu Qiu sighed. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake to sweep across the heavenly martial continent. Mu Zhuang said, I thought so too. But now, it seems that we may have underestimated the strength of the heavenly martial continent. Any random monstrous talent like Yunxiao would be enough to sweep away all the secluded sects and find no worthy opponent. Could it be that only a world knight or a warrior at the natural mode ocean can stop him? Don't listen to Mu Yu's nonsense, Lord Chief, Mu Wen said. You can definitely suppress Li Yunxiao with your power. The rest of the people nodded in agreement. I'm self-aware. Unlike you guys who are blindly arrogant, Mu Zhuang laughed. Although I'm sure I can defeat Jing Qi, it'll be very difficult for me. Given Jing Qi's temperament, it's impossible to intimidate him unless he has absolute power. And the most terrifying thing is that this Li Yunxiao only has a cultivation base of mid-tier 9 stars. Everyone trembled as they felt a chill in their hearts. They had forgotten the most important point. It wasn't just a matter of cultivation level, but also their young age. Mu Jie was thinking even further. There were also the many experts in the Saint artifact. If they were to go all out, it would be enough to compete with any major force. He thought to himself, in order to prevent the elders from coveting and being greedy, Lord Patriarch did not tell them that Yunxiao has the divine armor and Saint artifacts. Now, it seems that he is right. If they became enemies with Yunxiao because of greed, it would definitely be a disaster. The funny thing was that these pedantic elders still didn't understand the situation. If he continues to develop like this, I'm afraid he'll have the strength to reach the peak when he enters divine transcendence, Mu Zhuang said. With his talent, it's only a matter of time before he enters divine transcendence. I can even feel that it won't be too far away. Everyone could feel the heaviness of the atmosphere. In this vast hall, they felt extremely oppressed. Mu Zhuang looked at everyone's heavy expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry too much, everyone. Don't forget that Li Yunxiao is now on our side. If everything goes well, he might even become the son-in-law of the MU family. This is a great thing. Everyone had an indescribable feeling in their hearts when they heard this. Mu Wen's face even twitched a few times. Mu Zhuang said no more, stood up, and flew away. The group of elders then began to speak up and whisper among themselves. Mu Wen felt Mu Jie's sharp gaze and his expression changed. He hurriedly turned into a ray of light and left. Humph. At least this little brat ran fast. Mu Jie snorted and left. He was not in the mood to fight with Mu Wen. Yunxiao's appearance had brought great psychological pressure to everyone, and they all went back to their cultivation. After returning to Chun Tingyue, Yunxiao entered a secret chamber and set up several energy barriers in succession. After making sure that everything was in place, he took out the 6-ding 6-jia puppet and examined it carefully. 1% of the power of the Great Bliss Formation, one of the 3 great ancient ominous formations, was comparable to the divine transcendence. If he could set up the 12 divine beings killing formation, he would be able to run amok in this sky. He picked up a storage ring. It was the one left behind by the man from the MU family. The name Mu Chun was engraved on it. It was unknown if this Mu Chun was the blue-robed man, but the Tao of puppets recorded in it was extraordinary, so it was most likely not that man. One of the jade slips contained an overview of the puppetry technique and a general outline, as well as some speculations about its future development. Yunxiao had read it before, and at that time he found it very novel and strange. It was about the ability to develop puppets into a new race, which had intelligence no weaker than that of humans. Now that he was reading it again, he couldn't help but be moved. Mu Chun had said in the jade slip that he had created a puppet that he thought was the most perfect. It was called the Royal Chariot and had achieved a qualitative improvement. However, he didn't go into details. As for the MU family's so-called 3 great puppetry techniques, transforming beings into soldiers and 6-ding 6-jia. Although they were miraculous, they did not verify Mu Chen's puppetry ideology. Could the royal armor that he had refined be related to the number 1 puppetry technique? If that was the case, then Mu Chun definitely wouldn't be the blue-robed man who had died. Yunxiao pondered for a while, but to no avail. So, he stopped thinking about it and began to study the 6-ding and 6-jia carefully. These 12 puppets were also created by Mu Chun, and they were all 9th rank. The puppets were wearing battle armors and holding different profound level weapons. Their expressions were very similar, and they were all different. Yunxiao took one out and held it in his hand. It was 3 inches long and extremely heavy. On the chest and back of the little person were 2 ancient characters, Little Seal, which were the names of the Dingjia. According to the Jade Slip, each of the 12 little figures had a divine ability. However, Yunxiao was at a loss as to how to drive and cast them and how to form an array. He spread out his divine sense and probed the little person's body. It was immediately blocked by a force and could not enter. Yunxiao's heart was filled with joy, and his interest was immediately piqued. He was afraid that if there was nothing unusual under the investigation, there would be something to be done. However, his spiritual power was exhausted at the moment, and he felt dizzy even after forcefully condensing a little consciousness. He had to give up and cultivate the Great Expansion divine technique to recover his strength first. Suddenly, a red light flickered outside the door, and a message came in. There was a situation. He frowned and revealed an extremely unhappy expression. Someone actually dared to disturb his cultivation. After leaving the secret room, he came to Chun Tingyue's living room. 24 beautiful women stood on both sides of him. One of them carried a jade plate and walked up. She bowed and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, this is the jade divine pill that the clan leader and Lord Mu Jie sent over. It's a supreme grade pill that recuperates one's spirit." The woman's voice was extremely moving, and there was a hint of charm in it. Her smile could topple a city. The women on both sides also laughed at the same time, charming all living beings and infinitely radiant. Yunxiao felt a little dazed for a moment, and his heart thumped. Suddenly, a cold laugh resounded in his mind. Cheyu said, "Hee hee, you're tempted, aren't you?" It was only then that Yunxiao quivered and immediately recovered. He bit the tip of his tongue and scolded, "Your smile is giving me goosebumps." This was because his spiritual power was exhausted, so his resistance to this kind of charming technique was almost zero. He was completely relying on his self-control, and the opponent was 24 beautiful women who used it at the same time. Even a eunuch would not be able to withstand it. The woman holding the jade plate spat out orchids and her face was flushed. But when he saw Yunxiao's eyes turn from sad to clear, he was extremely disappointed, and his expression instantly became dignified. The women on both sides were also virtuous and gentle, without the slightest bit of their previous charm. Yunxiao smiled wryly. If Cheyu had not suddenly interrupted him, he would have been hit. But on second thought, it was not a bad thing to be hit. His eyes swept over the women, and he couldn't help but swallow a few times. Suddenly, he felt a desire to be seduced. "Please help me thank Lord Muzhuang and Lord Mu Jie for their kind intentions." Yunxiao took out the golden calabash from the jade plate and poured out 7 jade-like medicinal pills. They were round and smooth, and he swallowed them all at once. "Ah!" The woman was shocked. She covered her mouth with a scarf and her eyes widened. In their opinion, any pill of this grade would cause their bodies to explode and die, but Yunxiao was completely fine after taking 7 at a time, and it seemed that it was not enough. Yunxiao smacked his lips and chuckled. "Not bad. It's indeed a miraculous elixir. This young master's mental power has recovered 20 to 30%. All the girls were dumbfounded and speechless. "Li Yunxiao, attack! I want to fight you!" A woman's voice suddenly came from outside Chun Tingyue. It was extremely sharp. All the women's expressions changed drastically, and they looked out of the door in shock. Young Master Yunxiao was a heaven-rank guest of the Mu family and was extremely distinguished. They wondered who would dare to court death like this. A figure flickered and barged in. The woman in front of Yunxiao was obviously the leader of the crowd, and she said in shock and anger, "Who is so bold?" She was sent flying, but in the next moment, she was hit by a palm force. She spat out blood on the spot and fell into the hall. This time, all the women were flustered and attacked the intruder in shock and anger. Shadow of the Swallow, Teeth Palm. The woman who barged in was dressed in red. Her movements were extremely fast, and only her afterimages could be seen in the air. Die! She shouted softly, and an iron wall immediately formed around her body. Suddenly, it exploded and turned into countless palm shadows, like butterflies flying around. Boom! The 20 or so women who had rushed forward were all hit by the palm and were sent flying in all directions, wailing in pain. You're indeed an evil person. The woman in red glanced around. Those maidservants were dressed in bold clothes, and now that they were on the ground, they looked even more radiant. Even she could not help blushing. She snorted, then grabbed a sword from the air and thrust it at Xianxia. Clang! Xianxia pinched the sword between his 2 fingers. From the beginning to the end, he still felt a little baffled. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Why do you want to kill me? The red-robed woman pulled out the sword with all her might, but it did not move at all. She was shocked, anxious, and angry. She shouted, "You're asking the obvious. I'm going to kill you today." The injured woman in the hall forced herself to stand up and said, "Her name is Mu Wanshan, the granddaughter of Elder Mu Hong." Xianxia remembered Mu Hong. He was the one who first came into contact with the Mu family with Mu Fenghua and Mu Fengjun, and he had also met them in the Traps Pavilion just now. However, they had no more contact with each other, so they did not bother to greet each other. "Let go of me, you villain," Mu Wanshan said angrily. "If you don't let go, I'll kill you." Xianxia was speechless. "If you can kill me, why are you making a fuss here?" he asked. "Why? If you call me a villainous disciple again, I'll really show you how evil I am." Mu Wanshan was so scared that his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. However, his eyes were staring at Xianxia resentfully, as if they were 2 blades. "Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Xianxia asked. "I don't know what you are thinking. I swear, I've never done anything bad to you. I hope you can calm down and find the real murderer." Mu Wanshan was so embarrassed that his cheeks were red and hot. He was so anxious that he almost cried. Shameless! Hooligan! But she didn't dare to say evil. "Go! Don't let the real murderer get away," Xianxia said indifferently, then gently flicked his finger on the sword. Dang! Mu Wanshan suddenly felt a huge force pressing on his arm. His entire right hand went numb, and the long sword fell off. He was sent flying along with the sword and fell far away from Chun Tingyue. Woo-woo! She crawled up from the ground, covered in mud, and couldn't help but cry. For a moment, she felt that the world was so lonely, and she was the only one left. She might as well die. She raised her sword and was about to cut her neck. Suddenly, a figure flickered and appeared in front of her. It was Xianxia who gave her a fright. She quickly stepped back and pointed her sword at him as she said fearfully, "You? What are you doing?" "Don't be afraid," Xianxia said. "I won't stop you from committing suicide. I just want to ask you one thing. Have you heard of the name Mu Chen?" Mu Chen. Mu Wanshan was confused and immediately shouted, "Venerable puppet Mu Chen." "That's right." Xianxia was overjoyed. "Do you know him?" Mu Wanshan said coldly, "Lord Mu Chen is the most outstanding puppeteer in the Mu family's history. Therefore, he is respectfully called the Puppet Master. He was an important figure from tens of thousands of years ago. Every disciple of the Mu family knows him." "I see." It confirmed Yunxiao's guess that the man in blue was not Mu Chen, the most powerful puppeteer in the Mu family's history. This is getting interesting." "What's interesting?" "You bastard. Hooligan. I won't listen to you," Mu Wanshan shouted. He felt wronged and tears streamed down his face. The clan had betrothed her to Xianxia, whom they had never met before, and her grandfather, who had always doted on her, had agreed without a word. As for those young disciples who had pursued her daily, none of them stood up as if they were dead. It was as if she was the only one left in the world, and she began to sob. "I told you you've got the wrong person," Xianxia said. "If you can't find the murderer yourself, report this to Muyu and let him help you find it. Also, there's no obstacle that can't be crossed in this world. Think positively about everything and don't try to commit suicide. That's all I have to say. As for whether you listen or not, that's your business." As soon as Xianxia spoke, he disappeared in front of Mu Wanshan. Mu Wanshan stood still in a daze for a long time. He picked up his sword and desperately slashed. "I'll chop you to death, you bastard. Rogue! Rogue!" After chopping for a while, he didn't want to die anymore. He didn't even want to cry anymore. He stomped his feet and ran away. What Mu Wanshan didn't know was that this bastard, hooligan, scoundrel, had only interacted with her during this period of time. After that, Yun Xiao reigned over the world and gained a reputation that shone like the stars in the sky. She could only look at the starry sky in silence under the same starry night, thinking of the scene today and leaving an endless sigh. Yun Xiao returned to Chun Tingyue, gave the women a simple treatment, and then entered a secret chamber to cultivate. After taking the divine jade pill, he had recovered 30 to 40% of his strength. He focused on circulating the Great Expansion divine technique and quickly entered a meditative state. 3 days later, a red light flickered on the door. Yun Xiao opened his eyes. Although he had not fully recovered his energy, he was not far from it. Mu Zhuang and several elders had been waiting on Heavenspan Island for a long time. When they saw Yun Xiao flying over, they immediately stood up to welcome him. "I'm relieved to see that young Master Yun's forehead is full," Mu Zhuang laughed. "Thank you, Lord Patriarch." Yun Xiao cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you for the pill." "It's a small matter," Mu Zhuang laughed. Mu Jie also stood out from behind and said, "I've heard about what happened in Wanshan. This child is really insensible. She actually dared to disturb young Master Yun's cultivation. Wanshan, quickly come out and apologize to young Master Yun." Mu Wanshan was still dressed in red. He walked out of the crowd without any expression on his face and said in a dull voice, "Wanshan apologizes to young Master Yun." Her attitude immediately infuriated Mu Jie. She was about to scold him, but Yun Xiao stopped her and said, "I don't even remember such a small matter. Why would my lord blame her?" Mu Wanshan was stunned, and an imperceptible strange look flashed in his eyes. "Hurry up and thank young Master Yun," Mu Yu snorted. Mu Wanshan's expression turned cold again. He said unwillingly, "Thank you, young Master Yun." Yun Xiao smiled indifferently. He did not take it to heart, but he was a little baffled. "Everyone is ready. Let's set off now," Mu Jie said. "Have you solved the identity problem?" Yun Xiao asked. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Mu Jie coughed a few times and said, "We've announced to the public that young Master Yun is the Mu family's son-in-law, and he's marrying Wanshan.